How's it going? What's up, Mr. Jigaballs? How's it going, K-Pix? Alright. Give me a sec, I'm just getting started up. All right. Hey, how's it going? How's it going? What's up? Hey, Chuji, what's up? I was playing on my survival hunter this weekend. Oh my god, did they buff? Hey, what's up, Sin? Hey, Sin, how far have you progressed in Windrose? Let's see some pictures in the, I want to see what the ship you got up to. Uh-oh. I don't have a battery. Oh, crap. What are these guys at? I bet I need to fill these up. Oh, 12 days? I got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Oh, shit. That's right. All right. I found some pants in Valheim. PvP, Chuji. I was doing rated battlegrounds. Sin, did you ever find some pants? Oh no, he said some pants in Valheim. Hey, what's up? Do we have some interesting news? Well, we're going to tomorrow. I'm level 13. I got brig working in the frigate now. Oh, you can. Oh, you have a brig. Yeah, I still have to play more on my character. Alright, does it our early starter island stuff just chills there, right? We can just come back whenever. I was a little bit busy this weekend. I had some other stuff I was taking care of, but I am gonna get back to Windrose. Alright. Hold on, I want to pull up the it's fun. Rotation is simple, but a lot of room to min-max. Make mistakes too. What's happening tomorrow? You going to the... Yeah, so tomorrow... Let's see. They posted the event. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm going to be hanging out in the voice call in the Funcom creator Discord. Now, they have me under embargo because the stream itself is going to launch on the 30th. But what they don't have an embargo on is my facial reactions. Legally, I don't think. Maybe. Do they? Do they have an embargo on my face, too? Does anyone know legally? Because tomorrow, then... Oh, they have Water Wars DLC. Oh, that's what probably gets under embargo. Yeah, so tomorrow at 9 a.m., so in 1 hour tomorrow, I'm going to be able to join in on the call. Now, I'll have to mute that so you guys can't hear it, but I can sit there and react. Now, I submitted questions to them. The questions that I submitted, where is mine? I asked them if they're going to scale the skills and buff Poison Tooth. That was my first question. And then I asked them if they're going to add a battleground or anything, what their plans were for things to do for fun. That second boss was really fun. Yeah, everything is still there. People are playing. Okay, cool. I'll be hopping on here and there. It's almost 12 p.m. here. I wish it was 9 a.m. again. I love the morning time so much. I like sleeping in, but you know, I only get 1 day to sleep in per week, and I barely get to sleep in. I love sleep. Mornings are the best. I just like waking up refreshed in a bed. I used to, long time ago, I used to party a lot, and you wake up hungover, you wake up feeling like shit. It's so nice to be just in a nice place in life. I don't drink anymore. I just wake up all refreshed, have some coffee. But yeah, mornings are good. But yeah, tomorrow, so I've got my questions in there. Let's see, did anyone else thumbs them up? Tomex! Tomex thumbs my questions up, guys. That might mean that my question's going to get asked. Look at that. The Funcom creator guy, Tomex, he thumbs up my questions. That must have mean I'd asked just the right amount of questions and just the right type of questions. Hey, how's it going, Nelly? I'm thinking they're going to read my question now, guys. My number one question to them was skills in the skill tree have been left behind. Specifically the Mentat tree, and more specifically Poison Tooth. And you know what's funny? I reacted to my questions with my Poison Tooth emote from my Discord. All right, I left a little nugget there from me for the developers, and it looks like Tomex thumbs up my questions. Oh, you know what? You're right. I should add the red bar. I was asking about the skill scaling and the battlegrounds. All right, fine. I'm gonna add, guys. I'll add the red bar of depression question. Here we go. Previous Funcom IPs have had a similar red bar mechanic, but with a way to fully repair, such as in Conan Exiles. With the game tending towards progression PvE, is there any thought to remove the red bar completely and transition to a durability system like in other MMOs? Maybe I shouldn't lead in with that MMO. I shouldn't like say, because they're gonna zoom in on that. Previous Funcom IPs. Wait, a previous Funcom. Wait, I can't pluralize that, right? The item I wouldn't care about is the red bar. So the question, yeah. So how do you phrase the red bar? The thing about the red bar is, the thing is that like I can't speak to them on the terms of PvP. Like it would bring more people out to the field in PvP. I can't necessarily say that, right? So how am I going to phrase it then? So I have to say it in the terms that they understand, like PvE. Right? So in terms of PvE, what's the frustrating thing about the red bar? It's more that like calling upon their old way they did things, like in your other game, which is successful and is still around. It has a way to repair the red bar. Now you can't do it to legendary blueprints, which you used to, but they took out. So they're doubling down on certain things in other games too. It's like they really like that concept of red bar because they think it feeds into replayability. Like you're gonna have to go play again. All right, so let me finish this question update. I'm gonna just say, with the game tending towards progression PvE, is there any thought to remove the red bar and transition to a durability system? You would still have the cost of repair. The red bar eventually leading to the recreation of the item is another set of durability cost. See, now I'm tying myself in knots. I can't ask the red bar question. I can't ask the red bar question. Because think about this. They're going to not take me seriously if I ask that red bar question. Do you know why? There are too many systems tied into that red bar. The red bar system needs like a fucking essay written by me to tell them how you would remove that. I can't ask it in 2 sentences. Because the thing is if you take out the red bar, okay, I have to then explain to them the surplus of blueprints solution. Combining blueprints. There's another mechanic they have to program in. Combining blueprints. They have something else, other things you can combine. So could you just swap it to combine blueprints? Probably not. They don't ever code like that to save themselves trouble in the future. The red bar is why I refuse to play new testing stations. Hate it. All right, so then I'm going to have to poll to something else. If I do mention the red bar, with the game tending towards PvE, progression PvE, and the general overwhelming consensus with the community is that the red bar is not enjoyable for a progression PvE system that yields a lot of deaths. A survival game with a lot of deaths is fun. Delete that part. With the game tending towards progression PvE and the general overwhelming consensus with the community is that the red bar is not enjoyable. Any thoughts about rebalancing or removing the red bar completely? The game still has a durability system. The red bar is almost a double dip of the resources needed for none. I'm staring at this question. I'm not liking it. The thing is like, they just need to remove the red bar penalty. Yeah. And remove the penalty for using prescience. Man, I do really want to include a red bar question here. I do really want to include a red bar question here. With the red bar being contentious throughout the history of the game, and with the tightening and focus of the game's direction, will the red bar be evaluated? That's a good way to phrase it, Veldov. Let me just copy that. I like that. Thank you, Veldov. Veldov is a master wordsmith. All right, here we go. All right. With the red bar being contentious throughout the history of the game, and with a tightening and focusing of the game's direction towards PvE progression, will the red bar be reevaluated? There we go. That's good, Veldov. That's good. All right. Now, all right, guys. Let's take a look at my questions. Let's take a look at my questions here. Let's make sure I've got everything that I want in there. Oh shit, I can't show the snipping tool, can I? What if I open this? Copy. I forgot. For some reason, it doesn't show the screen on the snipping tool for... Wait. PowerPoint. All right, here, I'm going to show you guys the questions. 1 second. What red bar? The red bar in the game. In the game Dune Awakening. Okay, so here, maybe I can show this now. Or is it? How big is it? All right. All right. How do I get rid of the preview? All right. This is my... Okay, so my short list. All right, and notice the poison tooth emote, and one of those thumbs ups is from Tomex. Certain skills are extremely underutilized, such as the Poison Tree and Mentat, and specifically Poison Tooth. While cool thematically, it would be fun to have them made viable under the current scaling of the game. Will the skill tree be revisited to incorporate scaling? Question mark. First question. Next question. Any discussion of releasing a PvP battleground? Next question. Will there be... Now, this question is to butter them up, guys. You have to throw in a question to butter them up, okay? Or else they're never going to make it to question 4. I've got to butter these guys up a little bit. Will there be any ways for us to support the game in the future with something like a cosmetic shop or DLC packs with building skins? Because I would like to give you more money, Funcom. That's me buttering them up. Question number 4. With the red bar, and this is thanks to Veldov, with the red bar being contentious throughout the history of the game and with a tightening and focusing of the game's direction towards PvE progression, will the red bar be re-evaluated? Yeah, the entire skill tree needs to be literally thrown in the trash and reformatted. They did it for Conan Exiles. Like, they legitimately changed the whole format of the Conan Exiles skill tree. So, I believe that can happen for Dune. Now, the question is, okay, are they going to get to the point in this game where they feel, all right, we're done fixing things. Hey, what's up, Cable? Are they ever going to get to the point where they're saying to themselves, I'm done fixing things, now I can start creating things? New exciting things. It's not going to be like we're addressing a system that was fixed. Our skill trees aren't that good. Like, no, I want to see some new shit. I'm very excited to see what they have to say about the Water Wars expansion. I'm sure I think that's going to be what the information is about, right? They're going to show us some preview for Water Wars tomorrow. My face is going to be like this. I'm probably going to have one of those faces. You know, one of those. I'm fine for the red bar if you die, punish bad play, but just not normal wear and tear. I don't know if there's a way to separate the two. Because you either have it or you don't. But will it be another Conan and take 4 years to push new stuff? Yeah, it'll be like 2 years, right? Well, hopefully this is the thing. I would like to think that they have a... Has the company grown since Conan Exiles? Like, has the size? Do they have more staff available? I don't even know. Really, info about water? That's my guess, kind one. That's my guess. Problem is, most of the new content doesn't fit with the game. No synergies. Yeah, I agree. And I'm all for synergies. I think that synergies are the way that you kind of create builds and make fun happen. They have less. They have less. Do they really have less? Or simply make repairing actually repair. I'm fine paying the cost of repair, but don't punish me for repairing. Yeah, I agree. T-Fox. So, like, the simplest solution if you think about it, what they're doing with the red bar is they're making us like triple dip into the resources. So durability is already an infinite resource sink. It's an infinite resource sink. Yeah, you could have it if it ever goes to 0, it breaks. But if you repair it before that, it's fine. Like maybe, I don't know. I think I'd be okay with that. But even still, it's just like we are already we have an infinite cycle of repair, an infinite resource sink. But then what they do is they make it like a timer, and then eventually you have to build the whole item again, and that's all those resources to build the item. And so that's that right there. They're just causing you to every once in a while double dip on the resources. Instead of just doing a repair cost, it's like a double dip, and you need the blueprint. So the system isn't as simple as like taking out the red bar, because all these other little things connected to it would have to get changed too. But it would be much better of a system without it, without the red bar. It's like, dude, you know what else I should ask? I don't want to ask it. I'm going to get upset. Like, what really upsets me in this game right now, like one of them, is have you played a game where I just crafted this rocket launcher, right? I just crafted it, all right? And I'm like, all right, let's go test out this rocket launcher. And I come out here and I click. And I can't fucking fire the rocket. Like, you have a gun in the game that I can't click. There's no instruction, a tutorial that tells me what exactly I have to do. I'm just getting implied by a red statement, no target lock. This is the dumbest fucking thing in the entire game. This rocket launcher, not being able to fire it. It was fine the way it was. Okay? How do I even ask that question without getting frustrated? Like, why did you make such a stupid decision? And I can't click? It doesn't make any sense that I can't click. If I want to fire the gun at my feet and do damage to myself, I should be able to do that. I'm being incredibly restricted here by the developers, and I don't like it. It's stupid. If you don't want a game where everybody is firing rockets at each other in PvP, then give them something to do in PvP that's more fun than doing that. And that's what they were doing because that was fun. That was the most effective thing to do. And instead, you're like, no, don't do that way. We're taking that toy away. And then we're going to gut this toy. And now you can't even use this toy anymore. How did you think about that? That's what they did. They treat us like children. Like, you didn't know how to play with that toy? Huh. We're putting the bowling ball bumpers, the bowling alley bumpers up for you guys. Did you hear about Outriders 2? People Who Can Fly bought their own publisher, so no more Square. Oh, cool. I liked Outriders 1, except let me tell you guys, the bug that happened to me for Outriders 1 was that a month into the game, I just got to the end game. No, it was about 2 weeks into the game. I had just gotten to the end game, and they had a bug where when you load into somebody's game, you first load in naked and then your gear loads in. So if you crash when you're loading in, the game like saves the snapshot of you naked. So I zoned into my wife's game with my friend. We both crashed. We both tried to log back in, and we couldn't for a month. It bugged our characters out. Like it couldn't even find our character. Like we were trying to log in. So then I emailed their support, and I was on the line with their support for a month, and they gave me my character back after a month with maximum rolls on all the gear that I had. So my guy was like done. And then I had nothing to farm. I was like, oh, cool. Thanks. But it's a month later, and everybody I know stopped playing this game, so shit. But I did like Outriders. I played a Devastator. So Outriders 2, yeah, that sounds interesting. They'd need to get that bug fixed that I ran into, because I got locked out of the game for a month. I couldn't even log into my account. You know what a game I think you'd like? Path of Titans. Which one's that? Let's see. Path of Titans is an MMO dinosaur video game. I hated what they did to PvP players, especially when they nerfed melee so hard, forcing PvP to go ranged. Now stuff is like rocket launcher need to go lock on first, which is so dumb. Yeah. The thing is they've worked themselves into a corner. They could have just very well made the melee values very large, like a 2,000 damage melee weapon. Maybe they're saving that for a crysknife. But you've got 4,000 damage guns. some good info on there. I mean, you've got 4,000 damage guns. You've got a gun that shoots 4 swords at the same time. Like, why would you even want to do a sword? This gun is 4 swords. If I go to World of Warcraft, there is nothing like that. Like, dude, the weapon damage on the weapons that for every class in World of Warcraft is normalized. It is standardized. Are you gonna go do the new Diablo 4 expansion? Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow's Diablo 4. If anybody's playing Diablo 4, guys, my Battle.net friend ID is in the Discord in the announcements channel pinned. So let me know. I will be playing on a Barbarian and then a Warlock probably. Maybe a Paladin. We'll see. Definitely Barbarian. Another option would be to use another blueprint. Yeah, that's what. So that was what I was saying. So the solution to the red bar is making it so that the blueprints can be combined, and you can make that whatever you want. Like
sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
5 to 1, 10 to 1, whatever you want. You know. Yeah, D4 is tomorrow. So okay, so this is what's gonna be happening tomorrow, guys. Well, D4 is tonight. I'm gonna be playing. So guys, find me in the Discord, okay? Because I'm gonna be on later today when it launches. It launches tonight at 4 p.m. Pacific. So I'm gonna be hopping on my Barbarian immediately at 4 p.m. So come find me, guys, in the Discord. Because do I have a Diablo channel in the Discord? No, but I have general gaming. Damn, I don't have any, not tomorrow, Diablo 4 tonight. Yeah, it's tonight. But tomorrow, yeah, so guys, for tomorrow, what to expect is, I have the Dune developer call, right? The Funcom creator call, which is very important. That's going to be at 9 p.m. So Dune tomorrow is going to be just in the morning until the creator call is done, and then I'm going to hop on Diablo 4 with everybody. I have an ARPG channel. Yeah, I need a voice channel, though, for it. I'll figure that out later. I'll get the voice channel going. So tomorrow what's going to happen is that I'll hop on Dune in the morning. I'm going to have the creator call, and I'm under embargo. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the Discord muted. So I'm going to have the Discord muted, and I'm going to be listening to the developer call, and you'll be able to see my face. Because I don't think that they can, like, embargo my facial reactions, right? And as long as I'm not broadcasting what it is they're talking about, we should be fine. So I'm going to hang around. I'll be live for while I'm on that call. And then we're going to hop over to Diablo 4. And then on the 30th, that's going to be a big Dune stream. That's going to be the big announcement. So we'll have some Water Wars information. Dune Awakening. I want to raid up to one of the giant ships. I want to take one down. Yeah, I was in. So last Friday, guys, if you missed it, I did Enshrouded and then Soul Mask. And one of the things I noticed about Soul Mask is that there's flying ships up in the air that you can go fight and do something to. Like, they're not just thematic and they're flying around. And I was saying that, yeah, about Dune. Dune needed that. Dune needed something about that. Another thing are wait, let me. Oh yeah, I'm at Eastern time, so 7 p.m. You have an ARPG channel. Yeah, let's demand stuff. Our desert, our Arrakis, our Dune. We've been demanding stuff this whole time. We've been pretty good about keeping them in track. They've got to be so annoyed with us, because like they don't get an inch of breathing room. The second they make a mistake, we call them out on it. We're like, "What are you doing, Funcom? We got our eye on you." Like, I got my binoculars from a distance. I'm like, "What's going on in there? What are they working on?" They're probably really annoyed. They're just like, "Leave us alone. Let us develop in peace." Let's see what you guys think. So, Another thing are the Landsride vendors, which are not upgraded, are that the EXP is useless. Yeah, EXP useless after 200 is a good question. It would be great for the game to see a ship in the sky broken in half and destroyed. That would be cool. Just events like that. Anything in the air, right? Because there's not many events like that that happen. There's no... When you go up in your ornithopter, nothing chases after you to fight you. There's nothing that's capable of flying in AI, right? They just have their AI on train tracks going, flying in the sky. I'm betting that in this Funcom stream Q&A, they're going to tell us C4 and Chapter 4 and Water Wars DLC will drop between May 25th and June 5th. So in a month. You think that would be the announcement? They're probably going to show us something though, right? Like, what is the point of showing the creators something 2 days early? What's the point, right? So they are trying to build hype. They're trying to give us access to servers to create communities that won't be griefed. They're trying to create flexible self-hosted servers, so they're getting there. They're sort of getting there, right? So this is guys, this is exactly like Conan Exiles. This literally is looking like, let Funcom do their thing. Their company won't ever go under. They're protected by their government, like, from totally tanking their company. So they just are free to work at their own pace. And we are content consumers, and we're just like hungry at the teeth. We're like, give us this 12-ounce steak. And we're hungry for a steak every day, basically. So, you know, maybe our expectations are too much. No, I can't think that. Our expectations are just right. Okay, let's see what you guys said here. They think they'll push the PTC. Oh, think they will push the PTC update tomorrow. Maybe. Did they? There was a PTC update this weekend or right before this weekend? Oh, there's an update right now. Did I not update it? There's a Conan Exiles update. April hotfix. Funcom, we hear your concerns and are taking them seriously. We're analyzing feedback to help us make plans for the future. That statement hurts me. It's like the most general statement. You read the sentence, you're like, wait a minute. I didn't get anything out of that. Let me read it again. You read it again, you're like, wait a minute. Is there any substance to this question? Or this statement? No actual plans will be had. Community servers are bribes to keep you playing. Nobody is griefing content creators. I will say, I don't know how many, but I saw a few in the creator Discord that they're like, help, we're being griefed, and they're using racist comments and no one's banning them. I saw that in the creator Discord. And they had all these screenshots and stuff. Oh, so it was happening. Trust me, it was happening. Like, what concerns? Look at Pearl Abyss. They're on fire with all the patches in just the first month. That's how it should be. Yeah, you know, Pearl Abyss has to be fairly successful with Black Desert, right? With the amount of money they made. So they then set out to make Crimson Desert. And everything that I've seen from Crimson Desert has been polishing it up to be a nice single-player game that you can play, a good RPG. So... and they've been very responsive to it because honestly, it's in their benefit to do that. That is their first venture into that type of a game genre, and they're building the good, you know, they're trying to build a good public opinion of them. They don't want, it's very important to have a positive public opinion. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's the PTC update? Okay. Yeah, that's a nothing burger update, but okay. This was what the, fixed an issue where an opponent in a deadly poison did not have a health bar. The Graveyard Journey card now displays the correct name for the wreck to explore in the shell. Fix an issue where personal markers in the compass were too small and barely visible when they were far away. Additional note, the in-game bug reporter was fixed earlier today. Let me know if you still encounter any issues. Okay, that's the That's the PTC update from today. Okay. What's in the game announcements? Oh, this is the April 30th. There's the call. Hey, Tao. Hey, thanks for lurking. That's the most go away statement devs make. Oh my god. Yeah, hey, Tao. Join us April 30th at 9 a.m. For a new live stream to show and talk about the upcoming update 1.4. And wait, update 1.4? Oh, that's chapter 4. I want a display of some sort of the worm tooth. Yeah, that would be sick. And armor mannequins? Yeah, I agree. That's in Valheim. You can set that up in Valheim. The most impactful quality of life development for any game came from People Can Fly with Outriders. They simply implemented press up to loot all nearby items. It was amazing. Yeah. You know what else? There's been a few games that did a really good comeback. No Man's Sky. I went to go buy No Man's Sky, or look at it, how much it cost the other day, and it's $60. It's full price. I was like, I can't afford that. I'm not 60. If it was like $30 maybe. They just announced 1.3.2. They just announced 1. Oh my god, you guys. We've got 3.2. It's coming tomorrow. Oh my god, dude. I'm not going to be able to do Diablo 4 tomorrow, guys. We're going to have to test what's broken in Dune. We'll have to do Diablo 4 on Wednesday, maybe. Shit. When is that? 4 a.m. So 19 hours. It'll be 4 a.m. when I wake up in the morning. Boy, they are, this is exciting. Okay, so let me update my, 3.2 patch tomorrow. Um, 3.2 patch tomorrow. 3.2 patch is confirmed tomorrow. Developer call is also tomorrow. Okay. So Division 2, Diablo 4, and Dune are all pushing content tomorrow. Division 2 has the key thing for exotic. Oh shit. Holy shit, guys. What? Oh my god, we're gonna have a busy week. Jeez. Okay. So tomorrow, we have Diablo 4. We have patch 3.2. We have the new Division 2 stuff. The key... Is it the key fix, or is it... I read something about nerfing a tractor field. Oh my god, you guys. Oh, tractor field goes on the shelf, it comes off the shelf. It goes on the shelf, it comes off the shelf. Easy choice to make. Hey, Grumpy. Well, for you guys. Well, Dune content. Division 2, I didn't hear about that. Well, that's just what 2Fox said. So yeah, maybe if 2Fox could mention what he was talking about. Pretty soon we'll have our own server. Yeah. I would love to see a full Haga PvP. Are they going to skip the server merge again? Yeah, it sounds like they are, Airwolf. It sounds like they are. I have a pulmonary follow-up tomorrow. Oh, I hope that goes well, Grumpy. I hope you're doing okay. Well, tomorrow I'm gonna be. I think tomorrow maybe. I was thinking Diablo 4, right? But if patch 3.2 is tomorrow, then there's gonna be potentially a lot of stuff broken, and I've got to show up for that. So that means that 8 a.m. in the morning when I start streaming, the patch will be live. Then by 9 o'clock, so an hour later tomorrow, I'm gonna hop on the Funcom creator call, and I'm gonna hop on the Funcom creator call, and then you're gonna be able to see my facial reactions to what they're saying. I just can't have I can't have what they are saying broadcasting. So now I've pulled up. These are my questions right here that I posted. All right. Now, if you guys notice, I reacted to my own question with the poison tooth emote that I created, and then Tomex thumbs up my questions. So I'm really hoping they ask my first question about redoing the skills to scale. I hope they took that seriously, because I linked that video that I created to one of the other developers, and he thumbs it up. So I don't know if they're already thinking about scaling the skills, but I've been asking for it for a few months now, and I've gotten 2 thumbs up from people that work at Funcom. So I'm hoping that we're gonna get some interesting skills, updated skills, or some skill scaling. That's my hope. They might not like that because AI can lip read you. Well, no, I'll be like this. Watch. It's going to be like this. Oh. Like that. I'm going to be doing reactions like, whoa, oh. You know what I'm saying? So you guys can judge based on the my face is going to be like, I'm going to either going to be like, what? Or I'm going to be like, oh. So it's going to be very expressive. But I don't think they can embargo my face, right? I could just tell them, no, I was reacting to my wife just dancing or something, like in front of me, in front of the screen. Like, a lot of face palming. I'm going to be like this. Captain Picard meme, mild shock. What if there's no reactions? I have to practice my poker face. I'm just sitting here like this. What if I create a rubber mask of my own face and I put it over my face, and then you can't see what reaction I'm doing underneath the face of my own face? That would be too elaborate. Can you get a mask of your own face made? I'm gonna Google that. Yes, you can. Holy shit. Okay, I thought that was a joke question I was Googling, but I could very well get a mask of my own face made and wear it. Wait, then you can get a bunch of those things printed out and then have a bunch of people wearing your face and really trip people out. Like, what if you showed up at a party and a bunch of your friends and everybody was wearing a mask of your face? Why has nobody ever done that before? How much of it can you relay afterwards? Any NDA? So what it says is, I'm gonna go to the creator Discord. It says their word for word is, all right. Okay, it says during the, okay, so they say one Kevin is enough. It says during the call, we will be sharing some unrevealed information that will only be revealed during the official live stream on the 30th. So the information will be embargoed to when the stream starts on April 30th. So now that has to be coming from the agreement to be in the Funcom creator program. Made of your own skin. No, now it's creepy. Make the mask, but no mustache. You should lean into saying nothing about the call or you'll get kicked out of the creator community. I'm not going to say anything about what it is. I'm not going to actually tell anybody anything. Trust me, guys. I am currently under a strict NDA for my other job. So I've been under NDAs my whole life working in the job market that I do. But so I'm not going to give anything that they could legally do anything about. And if they want to kick me from the program, they could have kicked me a long time ago when I was critiquing their development choices, right? I mean, technically, if you're not putting out, like, if you're not representing the company in the way that they want, they can always remove you from the creator program at any point in time. So I want to be fair. My judgment is always fair. It's not supposed to be biased. I'm not biased. I'm looking at it as objectively as I can when they do things. So I try to provide a fair critique. I have a feeling that they're going to allow you to get rid of the red bar, but in doing so, you will lose your augments on that weapon and armor. I've broken almost every NDA I've ever signed. Well, don't let people know that. Now I'm not going to be like, you know what, Sparkle, I got a great business opportunity for you. Sign this NDA, buddy. Now I'm not going to... You get no NDA from me. I tell my ninjas the cool shit. Well, the thing is like when it's a company that's creating things like the one that I'm doing, you could have a competitor company steal the idea, and then I would get sued for the money that they projected they could have made. So I would never want to put myself in that situation. So like when you're working with concepts and like you're going through the ideation and then technical development process, you have to be very careful. And that applies to gaming development too. When I did a project for wait, is the chat now under NDA? No. And you guys didn't sign anything. Remember, you have to sign something for an NDA to be there. Let 100 level crafters remove the red bar. Dude, that would have been really good. Can you imagine? Oh my god. You guys, can you imagine how enticing that would have been for 100 crafting if the 100 crafting perk was you can permanently repair items now? Dude, people would have saw that and been like, oh my god, Funcom, and then everybody's tunneling into 100 crafting. Are you kidding me? People would have gone 100 crafting before 100 combat. I would have been like that. That would have been incredible. Only 3 days until we find out as a community. I don't mind content creators getting a slight heads up. Well, the thing is, I didn't even know that I was going to get any information at all. And then they're like, well, we're going to give you the information. And then see, that is weird. Why do they give us it 2 days early? What's the point? If we're not meant to go hype up our community or something, you know what I mean? Like, why even tell us? Is it part of the practice of extending an arm out to keep you in the community? Like, as a creator, I don't want to walk away and stop creating content because even though I'm thinking about it, because they're offering this good favor, right? Is that kind of what it is? It's a notion of good favor to the creator, so we don't walk away or something. Prepare your video to create the hype. That's a good point. I could do that. I might be dumb, but as solo, I already am going 100 crafting, though I did 51 combat and 40. Oh, that's good, kind one. Business NDAs have far more teeth than personal NDA, I'll call it. Yeah, that's true. You're right, Sparkle. Probably for people who are going to make videos. Oh, actually, Mirth. Yeah, Mirth. That's that actually is probably correct, because think about how many of the creator community would just jump on that with teeth. You know, like that they want to hit that next big video. Is a tractor field being fixed finally? So Blue Stang, there is a rumor right now. We think potentially tomorrow the 3.2 patch might have the attractor field fix in it. Yeah, they're thinking that it might be, but there's no guarantee. We don't know for sure. That's just like the word around town. So we are getting the 3.2 patch at 4 a.m. tomorrow, Pacific. Now, what do you guys think about these questions? Are these questions sufficient from this community? Because I feel like these were some of the big ones that I was wondering about myself. You know, I really wanted to know. Blink twice. No NDA broken then. It's fixed in the PTC. Oh, so a tractor field is fixed. I hope so. PvP is so dog water with it. Whoever hits it, yeah. Oh yeah, Blue Stang, just been watching. If you watch any of Peaky Sith Lord's videos from the past like while, it's been that way. It's like they're all trying to hit the attractor field, and then when somebody lands it, it's like one shot. You're done, and then you have to like Bindu sprint away, and they're gonna stop that too. Crippling Strike is gonna stop Bindu sprint. I'm starting a guild called Euphoria Fan Club. No, I would never sign that fucking charter in 1,000 years, dude. I think Euphoria is the worst show in existence. Fucking shit, dude. They put these kids in high school. Like, why would I want to watch a sexualized show about high school kids? Fucking weirdos. The fuck watches that show? I guess if you want to jerk it to Sydney Sweeney. Yeah, so I feel like we need aspirational content, meaning we do all the testing stations to get grade 5 gear, and then we need a raid where we use that gear. Where's that? Yeah, that's what I was saying too, Fox, is that we need stuff to do. We need stuff to do. When I go into WoW, like, there is a million things to keep me busy, and not just busy, but things that I would want to invest in. Things that I would want to invest in. There's nothing, like, there is literally nothing to go do. There's no social engagement. In World of Warcraft, you have communities you can make. You have the guilds, this, like, a really good guild interface. That you have so much social mechanisms in the chat that it makes it lively. Like, you go, and the town is a big open town with everything connected. They should connect the Airkeen, and they would never be able to do that, to other servers. So it livens it up a little bit. It makes it like, oh, I'm bumping into people and stuff. And I can chat, and I can make my own chat boxes and stuff. There's nothing to do in the game. It's so limited, like at the end. There is plenty to do in the game, trust me. All the way through farming, through the whole routine. Like, there is plenty to do. But it needs more at the end game, and I'm not just talking about these specialization stuff. I'm talking about the why. Why do I want to go sit in town and stare at my character? Well, I've got this crazy title that I spent the past year earning, and now people are staring at me. And hey, dude, what nice armor? What is that? Where'd you get that? Like, hey, what's up, Lafu? How did you join the creator Discord? Are you allowed to say? So for the Funcom creator program, you have to apply after you hit a certain number of metrics, and I think it was through Lurkit. So if you go to Lurkit, it automatically integrates my YouTube channel, and it looks at my metrics, and they fit the minimum requirement for Funcom creator Discord. Not Discord, the Funcom creator program. So then they invite you to the Funcom creator program, and then you can join their Discord that way. So, and they're not that big of requirements for my requirements hit it for my videos, my guide videos. It was before I even started streaming. So those metrics were pretty solid for me, but streaming wise, like, I think the streaming requirements are different than the video. I hate Hall of Fame titles in WoW are tied to the guild, so new players who didn't farm Slayer of XYZ can just use it. Oh, I hate Hall of Fame titles in WoW are tied to the guild. Oh, really? Well, remember, I've got the I always wear around the Hand of a Doll title because you can't get that anymore. I like things like that where you can't get them anymore, because then it's like you show up and you earn it, and then it creates prestige behind it. I've always liked that mechanic, and then it compels you to want to show up because you don't want to miss anything. And that right there, what I just said, you want to show up so you don't miss anything. That is a why to play. There's a title that I'll never be able to get again, ever. I have to show up. That is a why, Funcom. They need more of these things like that. The why. I wear Grand Marshal title. Yeah, I wear Conqueror or Hand of a Doll, or on my main, I have Baron Insane, because that's the that from Shadowlands, I think. The one of the four. It was the vampire one. But yeah, Grand Marshal title is good. I have to progress to Grand Marshal through the rated battlegrounds, and I'm up to Lieutenant General or whatever. I'm doing the RBGs so Midnight, the first season. All I'm doing is rated battlegrounds. That's all I'm doing, and I'm having a lot of fun. I don't actually have any famed Slayer titles, despite having a handful of kills, because I'll jump a better guild or better environment. Like I said, I think the only prestigious title I have is the Hand of a Doll, because I went through the original Burning Crusade unlock for Black Temple, and I was in a guild that was in the top 2% of the world that unlocked Black Temple. I remember we were in there doing Black Temple. We're like nobody else is in here. This is crazy. And a little known fact, if you guys didn't know, one of the other titles you get on the way to Hand of a Doll is Champion of the Naru. You also cannot get that title, but that doesn't have the same look visually. Like, Hand of a Doll looks cool. Yeah, it's on retail. Wait, I think Nargiver has it equipped. Where is it? Yeah, I do. Look at that. Look at that title. Look at that title, guys. Nargiver, Hand of a Doll. I am the Hand of a Doll. That was a long journey to get here, guys. Let me tell you. Do you think the separate DD instances with silence the whole will silence the whole PvP versus PvE argument that fuels it's gonna change the nature of the game, and it's gonna and we'll have to see how it plays out. I'm curious. I'm not sure. It's a good question. Use Hand of a Doll on my mage, Astral Walker on my shaman, Bloodguard on my rogue. Bloodguard's a good title. A Hand of a Doll. No, that you see how it's spelled up there? Look, A apostrophe D-A-L. It does sound like, my wife thought it was a doll. Like a doll? Like, I like the ones in New World. I have so many for PvP and PvE. Yeah. Well, and so listen, obviously this is going to be different in Dune, because in Dune there is no, you can't see the character nameplate. And you can't see, oh yeah, the Insane. Dude, Sparkle, I remember I went to go try and get that title, the Insane, a long time ago. And I'm like, this is like a lot of stuff I have to do to get this. Like 15 years ago, I tried to get that title. I was going to be Insane, the Insane. The account I use now doesn't have anything fancy. I use names like Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Huey, Dewey, and Louie, yeah. Oh, I miss playing WoW. Seeing this made me want to join again. Well, hey, guys, I'm on... the servers don't matter anymore, but I'm on Darkspear. You can see my server right there. I have a Rusty Symphony guild with all of my alts. It's like my entire guild is all me. Rusty Symphony, I've got it on Darkspear. You guys, I'm the way that I'm playing WoW Midnight right now is... I'm just doing rated battlegrounds. Dude, this weekend was so bad. My teams were so bad. I went from 1890 to 1796 this weekend. Oh, dude, Discipline is so powerful right now. Let me tell you, Discipline priests are so strong in PvP. Insane is one of the hardest grinds in the game. Yeah, it was. That was... I almost got my Disc Priest, and then they changed it, so I saw the Disc Priest right now in PvP is really strong. They're really hard to kill. And they do a ton of damage. It's crazy. They're really powerful. But yeah, if you guys know, I've been playing WoW since the beta, 2004, because I was down at UC Irvine, and their headquarters is right there, and I wrote them a letter at the LAN center I worked with, and I got 40 beta copies for the LAN center. So I've been playing this game for 20 years. I will probably always play World of Warcraft. So, and I have a routine where the new expansions come out, then I'll play I'll play the beginning. Solo Shuffle and BG Blitz are just pure cancer. The only thing I can handle, like Solo Shuffle is just cancer to me. I will only do Solo Shuffle when I have my full gear set. I still need to get the belt, pants, boots, and then these two. I've got the 4 set. I have this whole side is done. So I'm just working through the conquest. I only am limited to a certain amount of conquest each week. So I'm at the cap. I almost got the insane in the memory entitlement Disc Priest, but they changed. Oh, I see. I named my guild Ice Crown Curling Club after seeing the Molten Core Swimming Club. Oh my god, that is great. That is such a good name. I love the clever names that people come up with. So yeah, anyways, if you guys, anybody's playing World of Warcraft, make sure to so if you guys didn't know, in the Discord on the announcements channel, okay, so in the announcements right here, pinned, this is the stream schedule, and then down here, this is all my codes right here. So this is the Steam friend code. This is Battle.net. All right. So if you're playing World of Warcraft or anything like that, you want to add me on Battle.net. We're going to be playing Diablo IV this week. So Battle.net right there, you're going to want to add me. The Funcom stream is tomorrow. Blue, the Funcom stream is tomorrow. Yeah, we've got the Funcom stream tomorrow. I lost my original WoW account. I have to create a brand new one. I played that. So let me tell you something, Natalie. You might be able to reach out to them and get that old account back. I'm not kidding you. I reached out and I got a long distant account back after I couldn't access it. I'm like, I don't even remember. It was like a couple years. They can retrieve accounts. I didn't even look at the date. Yeah, we're blue. These are the questions. These are my questions that I submitted to that roundtable thing tomorrow, and then I'm gonna be under embargo for 2 days till the 30th. So, but I'm gonna be live and I'm gonna be reacting, like my face. I'll be like to what they're telling me, and then I'm gonna be under NDA. Well, I'm gonna be under embargo, and then we'll talk about it on the 30th. You are right. That they don't want people making videos and like farming content. That's for sure. Now, is it to prevent negative press or to build hype? That's the question. I'm not sure. Unless you got banned, Blizzard refuses to reverse any sort of ban, even if it was wrongful, malicious, or anything. You have to do it. Yeah, so Sparkle, the one thing that you can say is my account was stolen. And then whenever, I don't know what happened to my account. I'm just trying to retrieve it. They may have tried to switch my information. Here's my original info, and they'll retrieve it for you. That's if it aligns like that. Hype because they got negative press already. Contrador. I can restart it. It's fine. WoW has been changed to tons. I want to relearn it. Yeah. So I don't know if you guys see me, but anytime I have downtime with anything, I hop on for a rated battleground. Finally, we have a patch notes. Yeah, OG. The patch is coming 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, Pacific. Liquid and Echo constantly have some of their workers banned because they are handing out hundreds of millions of gold. Oh, really? Wow. I do. Yeah, they have a whole system worked out. The world first guilds when they do those races. They get banned for account sharing. Yeah. Is that just part of the routine, the account sharing? I would never want to share one of my accounts. Liquid, Echo, and Method get informed way ahead of time so they can set up race for world first stuff. Yeah. Oh, boss. Oh, piloting. I knew about smurfing. I knew about what smurfing was through Summit and Counter-Strike. I remember long. They'll go in on a smurf account and they'll get it ranked up. All right, so I think that smurfing isn't the same. Well, it wasn't smurfing for like first-person shooters. It was in Counter-Strike where you would just come on a fresh account or someone else's account and you would rank it up, and then you're a pro, so like you just dominate. Oh, smurfing is your own account. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought smurfing might have been like from just any account. Okay, so it's your own account. Piloting is taking over someone else's stuff. 88 crafting. Nice, dude. You're almost to 100. Gonna be farmed a ton of titanium starting tomorrow. Oh, shit, dude. I didn't even think about that. Wait, tomorrow, guys, we're getting the 2.5 times on the PvE, or the PvP Deep Desert. Smurfing is making new accounts to play at lower ranks to shit on people. Okay, yeah. To shit on. That's just the... It's funny that they thought of the word, the Smurfs. The Smurfs, the little blue guys. When you think of to go shit on people, I'm gonna become a Smurf. Like combining those two concepts. All right. I think that I'm pretty happy. 2.5 spice and ore. Kevin, we have a production bonus this week as well. Oh, shit. Wait, you're right. I do have to vote. Hold on. Today's Monday. Crafting costs. Oh, God. Okay. The judge's gavel has been met. All right. We have 1 million sand gathered ready for the... Holy shit, DLJ. That's insane. Wow. That's a lot of sand. Since field maintenance stopped working, I don't believe any skill or specializations are working correctly. This is becoming a game of red ones go faster if you know its meaning. Yeah. So one of the things that is very concerning is if, like, you notice things stop working. The trust in the game has to be very tight. Everything has to work. You may have, like, you're afforded like one or two things, maybe not everything. So That's what started happening with Anthem. Anthem started having all the trust broken in all of its levels of combat. And so, insert Law and Order. Oh, that cracked me up. Once I'm done getting all the Children's Week pets on WoW, I'm heading back to Dune for the bonus week. Yeah, dude. Where's Chuji? Chuji was telling me that, Chuji said that the Survival Hunter got buffed, and I was PvPing this weekend. Dude, Boomstick hits like a fucking truck now. Holy cow. You can get the damage so high after Boar Strider. Anthem didn't have a plan or even an idea for the end game. But Anthem, the thing is Anthem was fun. Like, I'm gonna show you guys something. I am gonna show you guys something. Yeah, the flying mechanics in Anthem were great. Hold on, I want to show you guys something. Is this it? Hold on. Oh my god, you guys. Dude. Alright guys, I'm gonna show you something. Look at this. Seven years ago, guys. This was 7 years ago. I was a ranger.
Hold on. I'm detecting extremely high energy readings.
Damn it, this speeds up our timetable.
Why? What's happening?
There are records of a shaper construct in this.
This was like one of my first guides, like in the Anthem games 7 years ago.
Of course. Corvus doesn't do simple missions.
It's not like I told Skittles the construct was here.
Look at all these barrels just lying around.
They could at least organize them.
Yeah, Scars don't really do that. Try filling up the pump and we learn something.
I loved this game. I loved my ranger, dude. It was so fun to play this class. It was like I had a crazy build that I set up. Yeah, it's Anthem. This was on my channel. This is 7 years ago. Look. Man, what a good game this was. I'm so bummed out this.
We're in.
That was a good game, man. Oh, I'm bummed about Anthem. I was making guides all the way back then for Anthem too. I was for my Ranger. I didn't have a mustache in that video. I remember I made my character look like Iron Man. That's awesome, yeah. I don't know if a game can be good if it has no end game. Well, that's the thing, is it was just fun. It was fun to play. You're right. I do agree. It was just fun to play the game, and I wish they could have given more. The flying mechanics were amazing. I know it's just basically a proof of concept game. That's Atratum said it best. That it was everything that you saw was just like the proof of concept, but it was fun. And that was when I stopped playing, was when a gray level 1 weapon was outperforming the legendary max rank because of the way they did their scaling equation. I was like, oh my god, really? All right, that's just wasting my time now, trying to achieve getting these gear pieces that are outperformed by a level 1 gray. Like, come on, dude. So, but yeah, everything about that game Anthem was fun as hell. Just flying around the world, making shit blow up, you know. Dev stream starting soon? No, that's tomorrow. Dev streams tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. But what we did receive news is that patch 3.2 is 4 a.m. tomorrow. Sounds like a pretty shit game. Is Grays beat Legend? That's so Sparkle. What happened is there was a Reddit post like into the life cycle of the game that said that like, oh look, there's the evidence, and I went into one of the hardest places and I put on a gray level 1 gun and I was hitting for higher numbers than my other shit, and I was like, dude, are you kidding me? They were right. Wow. It says April 30th, not 28th, or I'm missing something. Yeah, so Keck, the way that this is going to work is that I am part of the Funcom creator program, and so I'm going to be on the call at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I cannot tell you guys, I'm going to be under embargo for 2 days because they're going to give us information about Chapter 4 and Water Wars that I can't talk about. But tomorrow on stream at 9 a.m., I'm going to be reacting. They can't embargo my face. So I'm going to be like, or like, you know, like I'll be making facial reactions based on what I'm hearing. And then on April 30th, the embargo lifts and I'll be able to talk about what was on the call. But 3.2 is dropping tomorrow. So 3.2 is going to be, you know, there's going to be bugs. I'm just guaranteeing. It's like the broken blue bow in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Oh, what was the broken blue bow? If you don't ask about Poison Tooth, are you really there? Well, funny you should mention that, because my first question is about Poison Tooth, and then I reacted to my questions with my own Poison Tooth emote. You notice that right there, right? So right here, I reacted to it with my Poison Tooth emote, and one of these thumbs up is Tomex. So the guy that was asking us to ask the developer questions. So Tomex acknowledged my questions, and I reacted to it with my Poison Tooth emote. And right here is the poison. Look, specifically Poison Tooth right there. My first question is Poison Tooth. Make sure to stretch your neck for all the head shaking you'll do. Oh, guys, I forgot to mention, I'm going to be getting a haircut this Thursday. So I hope you guys are ready for that. That's my one haircut for the year. I get my haircut once or twice a year. That's it. I might not need this beanie anymore for very long. But yeah, first question I'm asked. I thought to myself long and hard. I was like, what questions? You know, people are asking very articulate questions. And then I gotta come in here. You know what? I gotta ask about Poison Tooth. Anything besides my idea for Poison Tooth is a huge fail. Making it instantly kill you or down you with talents, leaving a large AoE cloud is perfection. If you have to die to use it, then it should be something akin to like the original Death Knight turning into a ghoul to finish you off. Like it should finish somebody off if you die. If you're choosing to go 9 into it and then slot a whole technique slot, it should be doing some crazy shit. It should be like, oh fuck, a Poison Tooth, like get out of there. I've been bald since 2002. I say this with all the love in the world. I don't care. I apologize, Fox. I didn't mean that in any way like that. But yeah, no, my wife's been bugging me to get a haircut for months. And Grumpy keeps calling me a hippie. But you could get it early, so early and never need to swap. Oh, they had a bow that you could get from the Ubisoft currency that outscales every other bow in the game, and you can just keep upgrading it so it's better than legendaries. Oh. Do the haircut live on stream tomorrow. Let the frustration show in the haircut. 2 ticks and you're done. Hippie! No, I need to get it cleaned up anyways for my other job. I can't be looking too hippie-ish. I have to get on the camera and work with parents and kids every once in a while, so I need to look a little presentable. It's okay that Grumpy calls you a hippie. You are a hippie. I'll take that as a compliment. That's what I'm gonna start saying. Anybody even thinks to try and send a diss my way, I'm gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Thanks. Thank you very much. Found silver. People should be making their wolf cloaks. Oh, nice. How far away was the mountain for silver? How far away was it? Was it farther than we expected, or was it on one of the islands that we had found? Do you want to post a picture of it in the Valheim channel so I can see? Having a not broken melee PvP with Poison Tooth would be nice. Carefully messing with me. I think that, you know, what would be interesting, right, is to have a diversity of what we see of things that are viable. Because really, I mean, especially right now, just go look at, like, and Blue Stang will tell you, or Peaky Sith Lord, it's very homogenized right now. There's basically one of 2 things you can do in PvP, and all of it revolves around a tractor field. The mountain I originally found. Oh, really? Is it that one with the long pathway? I went over there. I was digging around a little bit, but I didn't find any. And then I died. But that's good news that we found silver, because that means like that's just gonna help with fighting. Dude, what's that one? It goes bone mass and then the guy that starts with a T. I forget. Doesn't mean the others don't have silver. It just could be deep to find it with the Stagbreaker trick. Oh. There's a lot that needs fixed for PvP to be better. Yeah. Motor. That's what it is. Oh, motor, and then that big skeleton dude is... Oh, Yagluth. That's what it is. Yagluth. Yagluth is tough. Yagluth is the hard fight. That guy was crazy. Yagluth was a crazy fight. Let me refill my coffee real quick. Um, he could be a hipster. Question: how often do you participate in the hacky sack? That was in like high school. You know what I used to do? Because of my buddy, he would always take me, was disc golf. Take heat pots. Oh, you can block his fire attacks? Combat plus exploration trees equal rocket train. Oh, rocket rain. Are you meaning the ornithopter? I have so many suggestions for Funcom now. I realize I have no questions for them. Just make changes, do something, anything. Yeah, right? Are they talking about the migration servers during the stream, or are they dropping some info? Oh, I'm not sure actually. That's a good question. I've gotten 2 Ornies cooked from 1v1ing Thopter fights. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, the Thopters. So, yeah, I think it would be cool when you compact your treasures. You can rarely find an underground pyramid entrance to an. Yeah. And maybe in that dungeon have a special anvil at the end that lets us. Whoa! Hey, there's some good ideas. Yeah. A full repair thing that you gotta, and you know, people would defend that area, that entrance, and like kill people to try and go in. But if they made the entrance, you'd have to make it a version of it for PvE, like that's defended by AI or something. But I do like these ideas. Like, thinking of interesting ideas is better than nothing, right? Because we haven't seen. I want to be impressed, honestly. Whose job is to play the game? That's a good question, Tao. I would add a question to Funcom, though. Will they add late game reward systems? That's a good question. That's a good question. How could I add that in? So, late game reward systems. That is a good question. So, will they add will late game reward systems be added? So maybe I should include that one. Okay, so one of my biggest complaints about Dune is that and maybe it's going to take time to get there. Maybe this will be there. But, and I don't know how you necessarily, with qualitative information, describe this, but I am comfortable sitting on my character AFK in a main city in World of Warcraft, and I'm totally content with my character, and I'm fine. Like, I don't know what it is that I'm trying to say. Like, I'm comfortable knowing that the time that I've put into all these systems, they have come to fruition on my character, and it holds value. Like, everything that I'm wearing has like a time and a value set added to it, right? And so my entire character is representative of that in World of Warcraft. I know where that flaming crown is that I have on my head. I know where the title is that I have. There's prestige emanating from my character. In Dune, I don't have any place I want to go sit to show my value, to connect with more of the community, to have that value represented. Like, I have no why. Like, why do I want to do anything? Horizontal progression. Maybe that's what it is. It's missing something fundamental, this game, like that, to make me want to just go AFK on my character. And I like it kind of has that a little bit, but we're so disconnected. Like, it's basically like the most online single player game I've ever played sometimes, where the towns are dead. I bump into 1 or 2 people in there. Now on Harmony it was different. When I brought Mantooth over to Harmony, that was a little bit different. I don't know. We're spread out so thin. Visible titles like in Destiny 2. Yes. Yes. And you speak from Destiny 2, even World of Warcraft had that, but yes. And visible titles, like, they really don't, like, it's so weird because part of them doesn't want to break the fourth wall in their own game. They're like, no, you can't see it. You wouldn't see a name floating above somebody's head. Like, right? They're like, you know what I mean? They're like thinking, like, we can't break the fourth wall with that. But the game is a game at the end of the day. You have to have things that are gamified in that nature. It's like, you can't think that hyper-realistic about it because not everything applies like that. The degenerate killer title. That's right. I had the Dredgen. You know in Destiny 2 what my title was? Dredgen. Alright? Does that name resonate with anybody? Does anybody know what you have to go through to become a Dredgen in Destiny 2? Let me tell you guys a little story of Gambit. You have to really like Gambit to do that. Well, no, I did not really like Gambit. I just did it because I thought it was the only one that I could do really solo. Some of the other titles were hard. The most single player online game I ever played. The reason I don't play WoW anymore is because the carrot on the stick progression. Yeah, and that's why I had to legitimately, Atrim, play this round of World of Warcraft a little bit different, where I'm only engaging with one of the systems, the rated battlegrounds, and because I got other things that I'm doing, and I don't know. Like, I think my brother is doing the Mythic Plus route, and Chuji's doing the Mythic Plus and rating. Blacksmith is better than Gambit. The Blacksmith title sounds cool too. Would love to see something they do like they do in WoW, rotation on a weekly basis, bonus loot, bonus. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Bonus honor could be 5 spice millions drop per. Ooh, that'd be nice. I like that idea, Drenham. Really good. Funcom spends a lot of time reminding you it is not an MMORPG, yet made major concessions in design to make it an online game. That's the weirdest thing. Why are they afraid of saying it's an MMORPG? Survival. Like, because people, you know what, maybe I answered my question right there. It's like, because you know what type of people want to play an MMORPG is a person that wants a game that lasts forever. It's the infinitely playable game. And so do they want people to infinitely play their game, or do they want people to play it for a little while and put it down and tell people, hey, that was fun, go buy it? And then now they start the cycle of buying the game over. They didn't put a damn cosmetics shop in, which they should. I don't know why they don't. There's no longevity to the game outside of just game sales. So do they want us to be here forever? The infinitely play, so they may not want it to be labeled an MMORPG because you're going to assume you can play it forever then, which is contrary to like trying to survive as long as possible. It's two conflicting ideologies: trying to make people just buy the game and play it for a little while, then not play it, and then survive as long as possible, or play an MMORPG. Those are two conflicting things. One of them is making game sales, and one of them is actually building a good player base and building good favor and giving a good game, a good quality experience. They don't mix. I want them to go all in and be like, you know what, guys? It's an MMORPG now. Boom. I want to see a developer update. We are MMORPG first. The rotating reward can be paired with the weekly lance reward. Yeah, that'd be good. Also, instead of Soul PvP Deep Desert, they should have implemented the WoW War Mode system. Ooh, yeah, I like the War Mode system. I always have it on. Unless I get completely stomped and ganged up on, and then I have to switch it. Hi, Insane. Happy to see you fighting for DUNE. I have a question. Why does Funcom keep doubling down on bad decisions? Take care, Insane. Hey, Rafka, how's it going? Yeah, we've been trying to figure that out for a while. I'm not sure. You know, my guess is that they don't know it's a bad decision when they're making it. I mean, I think they think that they're probably making the informed decision based on their expertise at the company, knowing their landscape, and so I think there's been a lot of an adjustment period with them to try and find their footing with making the right decisions, and they've kind of been making steps in the right directions, but it's always like, you know, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back with them. It feels like sometimes, because they bring a lot of bugs with their changes and fixes, and then there's more things to deal with. They've been in a cycle for a while now where they're just stuck fixing things, and every time they implement something new, they break something else. They're just giving themselves a lot to do as far as fix. And when you know, that whole development, maybe I'm speaking too early before tomorrow. Maybe it's too early, because maybe tomorrow we're going to get a whole bunch of good stuff to dive into. Well, you're going to be diving into it on the 30th. Not to rub it in. Damage numbers, death stats, and with type of damage that killed you. Yeah. A more advanced combat log, which they said they were going to provide us with. Oh, yeah, DLJ. Sorry I missed those. Let me see. How do I always miss... okay. DLJ said, a leaderboard system and more expanded stats. Please ask them if they will give us more player stats so we can simplify and understand all the mitigations. Okay. So, more detailed character stats to show damage totals, mitigation. Well, damage totals coming from spec items. Uh-oh. How's that? I like that. That's a good suggestion, DLJ. And then wait, let me... something at the end of the dungeon would be nice. Remember the crafting in AOC. You could craft the best weapon during your raid. Yeah, that's a plump. That's a good one. And DLJ, let me get to the other... a leaderboard system of everything could be cool. Dungeons, PvP, most, sand, gather, like anything that could be cool. But please, information about it. Yeah. Okay, so let me add that. That's a good one too, actually. Leaderboards. Okay. Oh, we can actually play Diablo 4 together. It actually has functional crossplay. Nice! Hey, I'll be playing. Hey, today at 4 p.m. I'll be on. I'll be starting a Barbarian or a Warlock. I haven't decided. Yeah, and guys, if I ever miss a question that you guys have, just let me know. I don't mean to. I'm trying to get through everything. Damage numbers, death stats. Yeah, damage numbers with death stats, more detailed death stats. That's good. Damage numbers, yeah, like combat log. Combat log. Okay. I agree. I think that we should ask them to have a better stats page. Like, because what happened is that with my testing with Mantooth, I had to sit there and on hand, like, look and total all my damage numbers up and then test to see and calculate to see if it was right. Now I can run that calculation, but that's a lot of extra steps, and I know math. It would be so much easier if when you are leveling up in specialization, I have a character stat page, okay? My character stat page, if I press it, it shows damage, my total damage buff. I'm at like 140%. Total mitigation, something like added from items. Like, it should be showing me extra stuff. Other games would be like crit damage, your haste, your this or that. Like, it doesn't show anything that's coming from anywhere. I have to total everything up myself. Who the fuck cares about these stats right here? Who the fuck cares, dude? Their confidence in their original concept was shot. They're designing reactively now, it seems. Ooh, that is a very precise analysis there, Veldov. Veldov said their confidence in their original concept was shot. Yeah, it was shot down major. And they are designing it reactively now. Now, here's the question. A game that is built out of hundreds and hundreds of hours through process of design, through the concept and ideation to structuring that into a technical design phase, all right? Through that process of output, and then you get a game. Or on the fly, reacting and putting the train tracks down in front of you live, and then that output for a game. What do you think is going to create a more solid experience and a better game? What do you guys think? Probably the one that relies strictly on the process of development, right? This is what they're going through right now is a new process. They're doing an on-the-fly agile development. I don't know why they aren't able to implement better stuff. I mean, their Anarchy Online game blows Dune out of the water, and they made that in 2001. Isn't that crazy how that happens? Like, I would argue, I'm not going to lie, I would argue that Age of Conan had more innovative ideas than Dune. Dune is pulling from something that was already created. The coolest parts about Dune were something that they didn't create themselves. It's the IP from Herbert. Herbert created it. He wrote the books. That's all the cool shit we like in this game. They didn't invent, so what did they innovate? Like, I would say, like the Benny Gesserit voice, the slow blade, that's innovation on their scale, on the game mechanics that they created, right? They should be thinking about better slow blade stuff. That's like the biggest thing in their game that's a mechanic unique to their game. It should be slow blade central. I'm teleporting in like an assassin and boom, one shot, assassinate. That should be what it's like all the time. Melee central. It's okay. We know you hate some of stuff and refuse to read our comments. We take it in stride. Need boob physics like Conan? Oh, God. Minus 133 HP energy. If they had it like that so you see the damage type that hit with... Yeah, I agree. But see, this is the thing. Having a damage number might break the immersion. See, guys, they like selectively choose. They don't want to break the fourth wall. You can't put a nameplate over your head. To have a title, you can't have a damage number. It's going to break the fourth wall. We already know we're in a game. Put those mechanisms in there because they're just convenient to interact with in the system. Matt posted your DMs. Thanks, Cable. Let us upgrade schematics the same way we do patterns, and they can keep the red bar. We'll still need to farm schematics, but we will know we can get what we want. You know, and they could have had the upgrade patterns in already. You know, they could have put that system in. As there's no reason why it can't exist right now. They have upgrade AUGs. You could have put it in one of the skill trees for schematics, or sorry, specialization. The issue you're going to run into with more logs is server performance. More space required to the worst be server performance, attempting to create all those extra logs. Oh. And isn't that a problem that Elder Scrolls Online was running into, right? And why they wanted to go no procs? They had so many things happening, right? The servers were bogging down. Now that's the calculation. Is that all? That's from the logging of it too. Funcom cares. Rub that reactive designing right in their faces. Would be nice if you could have an option in friends list to make them attackable or not. Remember in PvP, you end up with a lot of friendly fire multiple groups. Yeah. Well, it's very odd that they put in like scaffolding PvP. They put in crash ships in Haga Basin, but they did not put a way to duel. Like, why wouldn't you be able to duel your friend? That is the most fundamental thing that you put in like a game that is /duel. They have literally, you even can hold F and then like trade, do this. Where's duel? Why wouldn't you put that in? Exactly the right question. Intention versus reaction. Yes. Just got here, so maybe this has been asked already, but catch-up mechanics. I do 5 dailies every day and max combat and got fairly high levels of crafting exploration, but some friends have said they won't come back because they'll forever be behind. Okay, so that is a fair question. That right there is a fair question. So catch-up mechanics for returning players with EXP specialization. Okay, that's a good question, because I'm sure there's actually a lot of people that are probably coming back to the game. Okay, very fair. Okay, so yeah, Chaz, I will. That's a fair question that applies to a lot of people. So I will include that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go edit my list of questions and add in the ones that the community, and I'm actually going to specify from my community, and I'm gonna add these questions in so they know exactly where they're coming from. So there's no bias. We could have 30 more ornithopter types. That would be cool. I think when Conan was developed, and more so Anarchy, consumers had less expectations to influence design at the immediate level. You either liked the game and bought it, or you didn't. And maybe Vildov, that allowed them to be more free, to be creative, because then they wouldn't have to go redesign and spend any time refleshing anything out. That what they ship is their decision. And then, yeah, you either like it or you don't. And maybe that would allow them to be more bold and make better content. Because they have to trust themselves more, right? They should have trusted their original design decisions in the game of DUNE, in my opinion. The original way the game was built, in my opinion, now, sans that infinite melee spin, they had to work out some of the kinks from the jank of the melee combat. But I felt that they should have been more confident in their original design, because it was okay on some of the levels. To be honest, the game needed 1 more year of development. It's just really apparent that it was pushed out too early. If the Deep Desert had more of a time to have the systems implemented, then we would have seen more of that there. Agree on catch-up mechanics. I didn't do Landsrat from the start compared to others. Yeah, they already break the 4th wall when you pop spies. In that specific thing, yeah, I hate that floating. Yeah, exactly. You know what? You're right, Rico. There you go. They're being selective in a weird way about what they are breaking that 4th wall with and what they're not. Make all the logging client side then. There's no reason to be logs to be server side. Oh, okay, so would that help? Yeah, maybe that'll work. Funcom needs to hire someone that specifically directs endgame content. They did great with the first half. They need direction for the second half. You could be right, actually. That is a good idea. I think that. And where would that be coming from? It's like the creative director and then whoever your managers are right under the creative director leading those specific groups. You'll probably have a lead engineer. I don't know if they still run with a lead game designer. They probably don't have a producer. He's probably that producer role's bundled into something else. Give us a transponder or something that would be cool. That would be cool. I do wonder how much of that we'd like to see added to the game is beyond their game's capabilities. Yeah, that's a good question, Disha. I'm not sure. We do have to be considerate of that. Like, what is the limit really of what the game is going to offer us? You know, is it going to reach a point where like this is pretty much it? You know, you got to be happy with what it is because that's what it is. You know, this is your $40 game. Once you've learned 10 to 12 of the same blueprint, make it so you have permanently learned it. Oh, that's the first time I've heard that. Yeah, like permanently. I always thought that you should permanently learn those blueprints. I was like, oh man, they use them up. That was the first thing that bummed me out about the game when I was earliest levels. I consumed one of the blueprints and I made it. I was like, oh, I can't make it again. I was like, oh, that kind of sucks. That was my first Funcom letdown in Dune. It was like the Emperor's. What was the belt you get in one of the places? Like right, I was still learning the game, like where to go. Oh yeah, you know what, guys? Don't you think they should remove these giant numbers from these? Like, why are these here? I know why they're there. It just doesn't look very nice. Why dependent? Oh, ETA on tanks. ETA. Oh yeah, tanks when? Tanks when? That catch-up mechanic should be easy enough. Just allow double EXP. Oh, when you first come back to the game or something, or a fresh character, you have double EXP on until a certain, like, yeah, that would be, that would work. That would actually work. That's a great idea. Should we even suggest something? Such as returning players get ×2 EXP. Or new players. I need to make more room. I don't know what I was doing. Okay. All right, so also, why do pin-up shields count as doors? I wanted systems that New World had and felt fairly disappointed. The faction territory system, the ability to see on the map what's being captured and a reason PvP in those territories. Mirth, I agree completely. Like, New World, even Elder Scrolls Online has in Cyrodiil the keep sieging, and it's a constant ebb and flow of game systems and player interactions with those systems. Don't you agree? And I would have I thought the same exact thing. I thought in Dune it should have I should be able to look at my map and I see things active and like NPCs have a fortress or something. You got to go take it over and like get their spice. I don't know. There's like a million things you can think of that are like that would make the world feel more alive. You know? I agree completely. I hate the idea of catch-up mechanics. Why should all my hard work mean nothing when someone who hasn't played over this year build a character the same benefit to? Yeah, Rico, so that is the standard discussion with catch-up mechanics is the fairness. Now, I would say that wouldn't you be okay, though, if it's not that big, right? It's only going to be like, what, their first 2 weeks or something? You know, you give them double EXP for their first 2 weeks. They're only going to be able to catch up a little bit. It's not going to be enough. They're only going to save about a month of time out of 12 months. That, to me, is not that big of a deal. It's only just to make sure that you do get new people coming back and they feel like they're being taken care of. And they feel like, oh, I'm being reassured. I'm not going to just get totally dominated. I don't want to just do that. Don't cater to people whining about being behind. Well, it's maybe just something small and condensed. You know, it's not going to give them too much. Yeah. And maybe I should say for the first 2 weeks of playtime. Something like that. That's small. Why should the quitters get more EXP than me when I've stuck? So maybe I won't say returning players. What we'll say is new players, like fresh account, new player. But we would have to. Oh yeah. So does a catch-up mechanic have to include returning players? That's a good question. Does this include returning players as well? Because now we're talking about fairness. Is it fair for the people that stuck around and they put the time in during the time? Are they being treated fairly now? That's a good question. Catch-up mechanics do not reward loyalty to players, so you have to be careful. Yes. So maybe we have to be careful about this one. Hold on. Right here, this question. Maybe we have to be careful. Should we be careful here with this question? What do you guys think? Should we be careful about asking for catch-up mechanics? These are very valid points here. I like this discussion. I'm not saying one side or the other is correct.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Let's see. So this is what you guys said. Wow, I actually missed quite a few questions or comments. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Players can already skip the game because other people give them Plastanium. Fine. Players don't play because of catch-up mechanics. Wouldn't have played otherwise. Agreed. I don't think a lot of the PvE crap is Funcom's fault. I think the publisher Tencent demands they do certain things. As they see that making more money, devs rarely control a game anymore, always. You could be right, Blue saying. My partner just started recently and caught up very fast. I don't think it's too necessary. Okay. Also, why did they remove railguns on Arachne Thopters? I'm not sure. Make recycling blueprints give a unique and necessary mat. Well, that'd be cool. Always about the publishers meeting the bottom line. Yeah, you could be right. Emperor's Rings 1. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Galerin. The testing station bosses have shown they can make enemies ready to be raid bosses. They just need to make a testing station that is 10 times longer. Multiple bosses, puzzles, side rooms. That'd be cool. Paranoid Suspensor Bell. I remember that being deleted also. Oh, I wonder what that one was going to be. They need the one-time schematics to keep us busy. They have permanent schematics. It's the green stuff nobody wants. That's right. You got blueprint. And you need more blueprints. Yeah. Hey, you know what your end game is? You got 10 of those blueprints. Go get 20 more of those same blueprints because you're gonna need them for nothing. Then we're gonna release graded gear and invalidate all of them. I had hundreds of those blueprints and they're all just worthless. Tanks for what? What content exists where we need tanks? That's true. We need stuff to do with the tanks. Other players can even use their crafting specializations to hand people schematics with triple AUG gear. The only real effect is combat specialization. You can just hard focus that and get it leveled. That's true, Atrum. WXP should apply to everyone. No catch-up mechanics. Ooh. I like that. I like that, Rico. WXP just applies to everyone at all times. Does that solve our issue here? Maybe. Can Gotta love Funcom's patch priorities. Reduce the amount of fiber resources around the wreck of Taiki. 1 to 160 leveling is pretty quick. Trick I use is save profession mission and main mission quest till after 160 to speed 160 200 grind up. Oh, nice. Catch up mechanics to not reward loyalty of players, so you have to be careful. No, yeah, sorry, I got that. If they had a carrot on stick game like WoW, I would understand catch-up mechanics, but specializations is the only system of progression beyond leveling, which is nothing really. Yeah, you're right. Yes, exactly. Okay, first 2 weeks, I can deal with that. Okay, so now I'm catching back up. Sorry, why was that? Why was I so far behind? No, not even first 2 weeks. Then people will play for 2 weeks, quit, and then wait. Oh, that's good thinking, Atrum. If the first half of the game is better, why would you want to rush people through it? That's another good point. That's a really good point, Baseman. But that would negate the double XP bonus in that case effectively. They should remove the daily cap and let us grind. It's not even a discussion. You'd have people just like 36 hours going out of their mind. The only way to capitalize on the double EXP is keep going with it. I was 7 weeks behind on specialization on 4 characters from Funcom's bug. That doesn't even include everyone else getting double XP weekends. Me grinding 4 without double EXP. So you reward people for not playing, is what I mean. I have no doubt that Funcom will abuse the existing players to get the former player base back. There's a catch-up mechanic in-game right now for standard EXP. You get 350 per mission and can run as many as you want. Oh, good point, George. Good point. 5,000 greater than 150,000. I would have to be a level cap to work, like double EXP up to level 15 to 20 for each training line, to allow players to benefit if they are below 20 in any line. Oh, that's an interesting thought, Desheim. Tomorrow will tell if the PvE shift was worth it. Players should come back now. It is all safe, or will Funcom finally realize the PvP community is right along? I vote the latter. Yeah, well, it'll be really interesting to see, Blue Sting. It will. Morning. All right, so all right. New and returning players should have to earn their way back up like everyone else. Plenty of them in the game with guilds and other players. Yeah, that's a good point, Fuzzy. Could be. Could be that there's already enough in there for new players. Could the catch-up mechanic be a passive that anyone can learn, similar to Star Wars Legacy system? Oh. So explain the Star Wars Legacy system again. I forget. I played Star Wars and a Guardian and a Power Tech. They already do the welcome back package for returning players. More than enough, in my opinion. That's a good point, Colonel Wolf. It's a balance. They need to respect the investment veterans put in, but new players must have a way to catch up. That's what it is, George, right? There's never a solution to this catch-up mechanic that ever feels fully good, because it's in the nature of what it is in the first place, catching up. So if you're even going to have anything at all in the first place that's suggesting that somebody is going to be coming through at an expedited rate compared to what you did. Now, usually in games, it's like 2.5 years down the line at the end of an expansion, and it's so far down the line that veteran player just doesn't give a shit if they let some newbie catch up to the gear, because my gear is going to get replaced with a new expansion coming anyways. I don't really mind. I've already had 2.5 years to play at the top with all the gear. Let them catch up. That's how that works in the system, like World of Warcraft. All right? And it's okay. When you have a game like Warhammer Online, for example, it took me a full year to get Renown rank 80. I would have been pissed if it took somebody like 2 weeks to get Renown rank 80 and caught up, and now they got their Sovereign gear, and I'm like, what the hell, dude? It took me like literally the entire time playing this game to get that. That means nothing that I put that time in. Don't know how to catch up should only be for PvP instance, for example. Just not to be eviscerated. Yeah, so Tao, we don't really know the right answer, but something like, don't let us get eaten by the wolves too bad. They already have a returning player back to get them up. Running again, it's done over. No longer. Oh, they already have a returning player pack. Yeah. Imagine they will have some catch-up mechanic for new console players as skill. Well, console players are probably going to get their own servers, right? I think console's going to get the fresh start servers. Aren't PvPers getting the PvP DD back? Why everyone upset? I think some PvPers feel like it's fragmenting an already fragmented population, and then there's not going to be any PvP anymore, or not as much, and there already wasn't much. I think that's the thought. I would rebut that, or is it rebut? Rebut or rebut? I forget. That with the idea that we all want the game to succeed and have longevity, I wouldn't come into an environment that I was perpetually behind. Yeah. So will the game succeed if it is an environment where new players are behind? Progression is not the issue right now. It's repeatability. We need other reasons to increase specialization EXP. Maybe doing dungeons. Oh, like you go get a buff by completing something hard. That's in World of Warcraft. You go do a raid, you get a raid buff, and then actually in WoW Classic, it's almost necessary you have all those stacks of the raid buffs. They even put an item in to save those buffs. That'd be interesting. I like that idea. What Funcom does to bring players back is not a current player issue. Don't jump into issues that aren't your issues. Yeah. Could be right, T-Fox. Catch up versus invalidating. This is partly vibes. Nothing you did is erased. If the real statement is you lose an advantage, fine. But that is more easily evaluated versus player count. Yeah, so catch up versus invalidating. Yeah, and I've played through many years of catch-up mechanics in lots of other games, and I've had some of the games where it did not really bother me at all. I didn't even blink. I'm like, that's fine, whatever. Let them catch up. And I'm trying to think of another game that if there was a catch-up where I didn't feel as good about it. I'm like, either it came too soon. I'm trying to think. I don't really know. Maybe that hasn't happened. No tanks on Arrakis. Sorry, Shiloh. Those Imperial blueprints are part of the original game design. Shrug it all wasn't good. That's true. They didn't make all the right decisions originally. Hey, morning. What's up? Oh wait, so I missed. Oh wow. Let me get through some of your comments, guys. Sorry. I have my second player on Harmony, and the only one thing made me catch up fast is people gave me an Ornithopter. Maybe they can have a catch-up kit. That's a good idea, Natalie. Yeah, I mean, so a catch-up mechanic could be an Ornithopter. Now, that would be circumventing the best part of the game, which is that early survival. Maybe the option for it. Funcom has two issues: getting new players and keeping players. We can't tell them by taking care of one invalidates the other. They have to do what they need to do to solve each case. That's true, 2Fox. I would say that you can't be isolating yourself in how you're focusing the fixes and like what they're implementing. They definitely need to be considering all the cases and what's combining together to make it where it is right now. And really, they have an audience of people, of gamers that want to play. At the end of the day, the whatever subsets of gamer categories we get broken into, at the end of the day, we want to play a game in the Dune universe. We're all kind of just sitting here, you know, with an open plate, waiting for more. Like, come on, Funcom, serve us a fun dish. I'm ready to eat. A middle ground, if let you redeem EXP post 200 for tokens for specialization, then you can give bonuses to new returning players. Yeah, that could work. That might be a way to do it. Playing bowling with the guards up doesn't invalidate other people who play without. They're just playing a different game. The issues will be solved with private servers. That's a good point, Atrim. Master controls for base power would be great. A breaker box of sorts. Settings could be included. Max power, all machines on, and full available power. Nominal power users setting safe. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd be down for that, Paul. Hey, sorry, yeah, morning insane Ron. How's it going? Also, a maintenance mode for power usage with all machines off for long stretches of being away in the game. Only penance shields on. That would be a good idea. All power offsetting. Overland stations make catching up a lot easier. They make getting tier zeros way. Oh yeah, that's right, Galadorn. Way easier than those DD stations. What we as players should be focused is on content, not telling Funcom to make me feel good about new players coming to the game. I agree. So I already asked about building skins and DLC packs. Maybe I should reserve my comment because they're going to be telling us stuff about Water Wars and Chapter 4. So I can't be like, new content when, or what's the new content, because they're going to tell me. Catch-up mechanics are essentially an industry-solved aspect. New players don't want to be forced to run all of WoW from vanilla to midnight. This is a catch-up mechanic to start at midnight. Yeah, that's right. That's a way to look at it, absolutely. Veldov, that's because WoW's game design is different. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we get next patch is a flying tread wheel. Oh, that would be funny. And we're sitting there trying to fly the tread wheel, and it's like this still. Like, I'm just pressing forward, and this is how it flies. It's like a gyroscopic nightmare. I'm like, oh my god, Funcom, why can't you design something like... You can farm overland stations 1 to 3 in aluminum and duralumin as much as you want. It's really fast and easy compared to DD. Yo, the tank's treads could be 8 tread wheels. Then it could go on open sand. That'd be cool. Then add an asterisk on those who did get it legit. Don't make this the issue. The issue is for us is Poison Tooth, not new players. That's true. That's true. Gear treadmill is the game. Gear is invalidated when a new X-Pack drops. Crafting skills are invalidated. Oh yeah, and WoW. Food buffs would be really fun to see besides iodine. Yeah, the food buffs are bad in this game. At least we need more. There's kind of not very many of them to choose from. They did catch up the pack. They did catch up pack for RL money in Age of Conan and let people eventually buy tier 1 dungeon gear after years of people grinding it. Oh, really? Now that, yeah, so think about that. What if in WoW Classic before Burning Crusade you had a store item that you could buy the Hand of Ragnaros? Would you guys feel good about that? Think about this. WoW Vanilla, Burning Crusade is about to launch, all right? They open up the World of Warcraft shop, and in the shop you can purchase, you know, the Molten Core gear set for Warrior, the Molten Core gear set for Hunter, and then for a special limited time offer, $120, you could buy the Hand of Ragnaros right before the Burning Crusade launch. How about that, guys? You like that? That's basically what the Age of Conan thing says. Character. So they are a company that would do that. Character perks, incoming rewards, EXP, gold, honor, rep, special companions, travel speed, field repair, mail, respec, Hearthstone. Use the EXP that we are getting over level 200 in account-wide talent tree. Yeah. How is what someone did invalidating by a new player going through a catch-up mechanic? It's more, yeah, it's not about the invalidating. It's more about like, I just took all this time to do something. And then if you time it when you change it, what I just like the route to get that, like, so use Destiny 2, for example. All right. Perfect example. The mountaintop, the original grind to get the mountaintop unlocked. I did that. And it was hard as hell because you had to get those triple kills with the grenade launchers, the power ammo, and PvP. They eventually made that quest harder, or sorry, easier, much easier. Now the thing is that then they sunset everything, or you didn't know that was going to happen yet. So it's like it's a very powerful item that's impossible to get. Only a few people have it. You're dominating the PvP field, but you had to go through that to get it. It was very hard. Now, when they make it easier to get, for whatever reason they decide to do that. Like, it's just part of their practice. Oh, that hard to get item, eventually it'll be a little bit easier to get for you. Why that's a practice, I don't know. Bungie, maybe they invented it. So then, if they time that too close to when people were first even completing that quest in the first place, then that is immediately going to basically shit on those people that just went through that struggle and put that amount of time in to earn that, and then they don't have any time to enjoy that new item before you're like, you know what? It's now like 5 times as easier to get. It takes 5 times as less time. That's a major amount of fix. Like it's so much easier to get now. That would cause like basically a group of players that went through that whole journey. That's a subset of the player base now, to have their time severely invalidated. Now, if it was farther away from that, it's less of an invalidation, you could argue. But it's very specific. I framed that structure on that Destiny 2 case that I went through with the mountaintop. It's not exactly the same, but in that sense, you can see that you have to do it. You have to balance it with when you time that catch-up mechanic. And the question of this is a catch-up mechanic fair at all in the first place? And then if it is fine to have catch-up mechanics, it doesn't really make that big of a deal, then the timing of it also has to be considered because of what I just described with like the mountaintop in the Destiny 2 situation. The standard practice comes what World of Warcraft does. They've got it in a pretty good cycle. They wait the right amount of time before they put catch-up stuff in. Okay. Unpopular, but in Zomboid, when you read a book, it doesn't level up the skill. It gives you a bonus for that leveling. Maybe something like that for specializations, but with challenges instead of books. Yeah, that could work, Tao. Because part of why people play MMOs is status. WoW solves this a bit with mounts for the early heroic raid clears. Yeah, and weapon glows, like really rare weapon glows and mounts and all that. Absolutely. I think brand new players just have to accept it. That's the only way to learn the game. Yeah, that could be true, Natalie. Might have to just do that. Yeah, so this catch-up mechanic, this is right now under, I don't know if I'm going to ask this yet. I've highlighted it. I'm not sure if I'm putting it in. Playing a game is an experience. Someone else's experience is not sufficient alone to take away someone's experience. Status, etc. These are all relative and subjective. That's true, Veldov. Also, it gives a player a reason to keep playing and not rewarding for not playing. If a player wants a different experience, then private servers will exist for those like a different experience. That like a different experience. You can pick a grade 1 through grade 5 schematic patterns in the DD testing station. It's random on the grading. Oh, really? A lot of new players will not reach specializations in 2 weeks, in my opinion. Maybe a month of ×2 XP for them from the moment they unlock them. Okay, that might be a little bit better of a way to say it. Any new players that doesn't want help doesn't have to accept the help, but if a new player wants to play with friends, give them that opportunity. That's a good point. The hate for the treadwheel is real. They need to add G1 blueprints as an addition to Lands Red reward. Yeah, I agree, Airwolf. No, not paying for nothing except skins and visuals. Yeah, I agree. The biggest roadblock to fast progression isn't EXP, it's time to gather resources. They already have a new returning player kit. This isn't an issue. Also, the biggest power spike is 100 combat. You can grind that up pretty quickly. The other things are just small bonuses for playing the game. A question to ask them, and I think critical to DUNE success, are there plans to introduce systems to drive player-driven content, i.e. sovereignty, reasons, systems for faction warfare, reputations? And maybe we can modify this question. Will late game reward systems be added? Maybe I can think of a way to include more faction warfare, player-driven content. I'll think of a way. I have to phrase this differently. We'll put it on there. What DUNE needs is and it's painfully obvious, is a token system, maybe even a trade system, where every time you clear a lab, you get appropriate token. Yeah, so option video. I was saying, if you guys remember playing Ice Crown Citadel for World of Warcraft back in the day, Ice Crown Citadel, couldn't you turn the tokens in to get the set gear? I'm pretty sure you did. I think, right? Because that was like a fail. Like you didn't have to. If you didn't get the drops, you were getting something that. Maybe I'm misremembering that. Anyways, I agree, that is a way to have a failure mechanism for the loot. If you don't get the drops, like let's say your RNG is terrible, 50 drops, you don't get what you need. Now you have 50 tokens. You can go pick. I want to buy, and you have to set the prices at a value that makes sense, like 30 or something, you know, or 20 or 30 for one of the set pieces, or 15 for the set piece, 20 for the weapon, or something like that. I don't know, right? That's a failure mechanism that would solve that issue. My last several comments were in response to a Trainum addressing me. My overall rebuttal is their time is not invalidated. Their struggle and achievement is what it is, no matter what comes later. Yeah, okay, sorry, Beldup. Sometimes, yeah, sorry, guys. Sometimes I can't tell if you're talking to me or you're talking in chat. So I apologize if I read it differently. Someone without any specialization EXP can still play the game with people with all specialization EXP unlocked. That's true. We keep referring to catch-up mechanics as if enjoying the game was something forced upon us. Sounds a lot like gating to me. I want new people to have a way to put in work and catch up. It's a good point. I agree. It shouldn't be time-gated. But maybe other things like story content give more. Yeah. I definitely think 125 is too low. You need to ask them when this game is coming out of beta. Where is it? When beta done? You get more than so you get more than just 5 daily quests to give you specialization XP. Patch 3.2 tomorrow. Where is this mentioned? I'll show you. This is right here. We will be deploying patch 1.3.20.0 on April 28th, 2026, 4 a.m., 18 hours. The expected downtime is 120 minutes. That means by the time I stream tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., the patch will be live. Maybe new 20k level in Landsrad houses giving a graded blueprint. Oh, You know, the other thing, guys, the biggest question too, they're doing a big patch launch tomorrow. Are they gonna do mnemonic recollection reset? I better get through all mine today then. You spend 3 weeks getting to endgame, and some dudes in a team of 4 accomplish it in 3 days. Do you feel worse about your Okay, so you spend 3 weeks getting to endgame, and some dudes in a team of 4 accomplish it in 3 days. Do you feel worse about your accomplishment? That's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. Maybe on the small scale it doesn't feel as bad. Maybe we have to go to 6 months. Like, you spend 6 months getting up to a certain level of specialization, and then at some point a new and returning player catches up to you in 2 weeks. That would feel bad, right? Because I think that's more in line with what we're saying. We have to think on bigger scales of time that we've been putting in. But yeah, I mean, ultimately the thing is that I'm not that I'm trying to think on a general case right here. I personally don't mind. Like, I've never been bothered by other people doing stuff. If they catch up, they're faster than me. Like, it never bothers me, because at the end of the day, we're going to be meeting up at the same spot to fight each other. And I'll be telling you honestly, I like playing just regular Battlegrounds and then playing rated Battlegrounds when everybody has the minimum gear for resilience. That means that your healers are better. That means, like, and it just feels better to PvP in that environment. Yeah, I just... This is going to be really hard for me to put down my final list of questions, because there's so many good things that you guys are bringing up right now. Suffer like I suffered? Make me feel about... Well, I don't know who's saying that. I mean, you shouldn't get pissed off by people in chat. Age of Conan eventually did tiered dungeon tokens for gear you could win in raid rolls. I would never rob my friends from experiencing progression through Haga Basin for the first time by giving them a Thopter or something like it. I'm a good friend. Yeah, usually when I have a friend starting a game like a survival game, they don't... Like, if you give them everything, they're not going to have a good time. My RNG is horrible. I swear there's a luck value per character. Maybe. Offering tokens as a reward for complete activities would open the door for them to charge real money for those same tokens. Oh, that's a really good point. Beta is being generous. Feels more like a strong alpha release. Could be right. Hopefully the patch makes breaking through the mesh easier. It will be a disappointing patch. Someone turn the lights out when it's over, please. Catch-up mechanics are a must, but the trick is it can't be too soon, so expansion probably. Yeah. Oh. Make players don't feed the poor. Make them work for the food so they enjoy it. Just crap. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I think, like, if I look back on all the games I played that have had catch-up mechanics, it's never bothered me when there was a catch-up mechanic. Now, in a discussion though, so when I'm sitting here having a discussion, I'm going to have to look at both sides of the argument, and I'm going to have to describe those. So you have to be able to filter out which is coming from my idea, or if I'm just looking at the discussion, right? So as far as catch-up mechanics, and I'm the anti-gatekeeper, right? You should know that. Like, I make guides when I break things. I like to share the fun with people. I don't like gatekeeping. I work in education. I don't like gatekeeping. So I've never personally been bothered at all by catch-up mechanics. Like, it's never bothered me. Like, I don't even notice it when it happens. Why? Because it's not going to affect me. How is it going to affect me? I'm already meeting up against people that have been playing just as much as me, and they're challenging and they're hard. What do I give a shit if another person's gonna come to the table to try and confront me? Come at me, like in the game. Give me your best, because that's what I want. I want to see people at their best, you know. And I've never been afraid of that and bothered by it. Like, dude, I'm looking for people to fight against that are good challenges. I'll take any that I can get. Catch-up mechanic, no catch-up mechanic, who cares? Get here however you want. You're like, it never should bother you that it's happening. Like, someone else's experience should not impact you. So, I mean, I'm on your side too, Fox. I hope you can see that. All right, let me get back through some of these comments. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't too upsetting. I wasn't taking a position on anything. All right. Make players who are catching up have training wheels on their sand bikes. We need these people to know where they stand. Oh my god. I just don't play a game wondering if they got to my level faster than I did. It just doesn't change my game. Yeah, D-Shine, exactly. I'm not like thinking about other players at all when I'm playing, you know? I'm really focusing on my own progression. Here's a good idea. Give players 2 weeks of double specialization EXP for completing a story chapter. Ooh, I like that. That's a good one. Exactly. If a player wants to feel like they have something of value in their grind, that's fine. And it isn't taking that away. Just like another player may not care. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So each chapter is a catch-up. I do like that. Atrium. That is interesting. They need to add a Sook Doctor class. Yeah, dude, that would be so sick. I need something to do with my 899 grade 0 blueprints. There's a fine line in helping people and helping them too much where they become dependent. Got to help people learn. Yeah, and Galadorn, that is an excellent point. That's an excellent point. Excellent point. I didn't care if someone beat Doom with infinite lives. I still did it without the cheat. I don't care people have 100 billion Solari. I don't care people bought grade 5 rapiers. I grinded mine. Yeah, and so that's sort of what that highlights is that actions. So this is a philosophical concept that you treat people not as a means to an end, but an end in themselves. And so when you think about it from that perspective, it's like your actions and your decisions and everything that you're doing in the game is an end in itself. It's not necessarily a means to an end. And so you don't really need to be worrying about how other players are going to be, what they're doing or how fast they got there, because your experience is just that. It's under your control, and you're okay with it, and you're content with your journey you're going through. And there is sort of this inherent value that it's almost a universalized value. If you know if you earned it yourself and you didn't cheat, there is a value to that, and it is universalized, and you don't have to have any outside person tell you that. It just is in our society. Oh, did you beat that really hard boss? Did you use Wiimod? Okay, and they say yes. Oh, okay. And then you say to this other person, oh, you beat that really hard boss the first time. Did you use Wiimod? No, I beat it legit. You look at those two cases, and there is an intrinsic weighted value that is higher to the achievement of beating that boss on the second case. You don't need extra things describing why. It just is. And so that universalization is always going to be there in your experience. And I don't care if people want to play Valheim and it's challenging and they want to go see the end of the game and they Wiimod it and they get all the way and they kill Fader. I'm happy that they got to see how cool of a game it is. Now, if you want to critique and say like, how hard was that going through the game systems to actually beat Fader? Well, using Wiimod, it's a lot easier than not using Wiimod. He's actually fucking hard. And it's a big challenge to get there without any help. And there absolutely then at that point would be a weighted value to that achievement. So even if they give people a million ways to catch up, it doesn't take away from what we had already achieved and put the time into, right? We already knew the value of that before. It doesn't change later on. I'm all for anything that brings more people into the game. That's a good way to look at it too. We have to consider that. Catch-up mechanics should not remove the primary source of progression for the whole game, vertical progression. I feel like if a game makes you feel bitter at catch-up, it means the entire design is poor. Not the new player wanting to be engaged with the community's level of engagement. Yeah, that's true, Veldog. Maybe it's speaking more to the actual design of the game at that point. Also, catch-up mechanics affect the market negatively. I want to be able to sell things on the market because I achieved the specialization. Again, I think that would boil down to the timing then, right? We have to look at the time scales. Catch-up mechanics done right will just give more people to play with at higher levels, but it's easy to do wrong. Okay, so Galadorn makes a really good point here. I think that there is always a positive that can come from catch-up mechanics, and I think that he's right, and a few other people have said this too, that it's going to get more people over there playing with you at the end, if that's where you are over the end game. And then the caveat to this is that it's also potentially easy to get this implementation wrong. So we want to be careful with it. You still have to get that grade 5 triple shot with 3 top tier augments. True. There are still things people will have to do for themselves, even with the catch-up mechanic involved. You still have to play the game. Rushing to endgame already disappointed people expecting more. That's true, Mirth. I played D4 seasonal so many times. I grind every character to the top gears the next season, starting over again. Yeah. I've done that quite a few times. In Path of Exile, man, I've done that so many times. 2,400 hours of it. Give me a reason to have so much spice residue. Maybe ask them if they plan on implementing something like Group Finder. I like that. For any in-game activities? That's a great question. All this make people work for their things in a game where Solari duping lasted basically a full year. We need to stop. Two Fox brings up a really good point, actually. So we are sitting here having this discussion in the framework of a fair, balanced game. And we have had, like, so, you know, it's hard to achieve that difficulty 20 station to get that really cool armor set. Now that armor set has this value. Like, I get to wear this around. Look, it's this hard to get armor set, right? Well, for the past few months, anybody can get that armor set. It's not hard because Lemminger just stands there and then you don't even have to do a challenge. You just walk up to him and kill him. So it's invalidated. So we're not even in the right framework to make these fair rules that we're sitting there suggesting to the devs. It's like they're sitting here telling us to go through this system, work through it, when then behind the scenes these systems were broken and people were just looting the place. It's like a mall asking you to come in and buy things for the right price, and then while they're saying that to you, people are behind them just looting and walking out for free with the item for free. And then you're like, wait, they're just taking the item. And they're like, no, they're not. No, there's nothing going on back there. But you have to buy. You have to buy the item. Like, Funcom just can't get it right with that. They needed to make those systems airtight. They should not have been letting people run amok, duping, Solari, all that shit. It really messed up the whole system. Oh, I missed your other comment too, Fox. My dogs are dependent. I feed them daily. Now they can't hunt for themselves. They're ruined. But they are safer in your house than they would be out in nature, and they probably wouldn't live as long out in nature. But you are right. If you want to poke a bear, ask them if they will ever do elevators. Elevators? When? If people don't like progression, then maybe they should go back to the Battle Royale games. Survival MMOs have progression as a core part of their game. Yeah, let's just invalidate every part of the game. Give me a button where I can add as much plast and spice as I want. We have that. That's right now. They need to respond to bugs way faster. Yeah, I agree. People had infinite money. You know what it was? It all, like, honestly, guys, if you remember way long ago with Dune, what happened was people realized you could dupe the resources from the large spice reactor by breaking the floor beneath it. And it was that simple. It was just like, break the floor beneath it, you get everything. And then once that happened, it broke the seal. Then people were like, what else can we break? What else can we tap into in this game? And it has been a relentless onslaught to the game code ever since. Not to blame players, but that's really what started it. Hey, what's up? I'm going through the questions that I submitted to the roundtable tomorrow for the Funcom creator call that will be out of embargo on April 30th. And I'm asking the community. I put my questions in, and then now I'm getting the community's questions, and I'm sort of refining them. Let me refill my coffee, guys, and then I'll get back to more of your questions. Okay. The market needs an overhaul badly. Yes. Group Finder at Trading Posts. I do agree that their dev cycle is messed up and they don't respond to bugs fast enough, but that is not an argument for invalidating progression. Don't need elevators, just a constructible dispenser pad. Ooh. 10K 10K per spice on my server until someone with billions moved in. Now it's 150K. Whoa. 50 million for stupid augments is normal. Absolute nightmare. Yeah, that's horrible. My server is great. Great bunch of people. The market is that reasonable. That's nice. I'm on like 6 servers. Malange is about 200K per on all of them. Wow. If your server is selling anything for millions of Solari, your server's economy was fractured early. Yeah. So if you remember when the game first started and you would run around A row and anywhere you had a chest to loot the gold, that was where you would get it. It like literally, what was the most gold you could get in a week? Not a lot. So charging millions, like where do you even get millions of Solari right off the bat? That would literally take legitimately months and months running around looting those chests. So then what are you going to do? You're going to craft rad suits and sell them. But then they nerfed that. So, because that's not what they intended. So like they legitimately intended for the maximum that you would ever see something is like 1 million or 2 million Solari. It was never supposed to go higher than that. And if you did, it would be something where you're like manipulating blueprint sales, right? Under that framework, you can't sell it for something that people don't have. You have to build up to that. So you're right. I mean, if any, like when they fresh start the console, rad suits as a means is a lie. I just know people. I didn't do that. I just know people that said that they did that. If your server, anything over 16K before Chapter 3 was ridiculous. So grade 5 gear shouldn't be millions of Solari. Well, but you have to trace back to when before the economy broke. That's the only way you would know. Like by the time we got here, what would it be? Like the most anybody could even have, like with no economy breaking, would have been like 10 million tops or 15 million. You're not going to get higher than that, ever. Like, there wasn't enough in the game to buy that. Yeah, not many people earned 1 million Solari before Chapter 3. Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. Guys, don't freak out about the AH. Make your own pricing and sell whatever you want. Ignore the pricing and it will all shake out in a few weeks. I've done this on 2 servers now. Do you think they will implement an ability to create custom guild swatches? Oh, I like that question. Custom guild swatches. That's a good idea. I like that question. Okay. Not many earned 1 million after. Yeah. Now, if you're on the buying, and you'll have to earn those items yourself through Landsrat or testing stations. Remember, Zantara had 1 million Solari bounty on his head, and that represented the max anything could possibly ever cost. Ooh, that's a really good point, Dixie. That's a really good point. Custom guild swatches earn mats in PvP. That would be cool. That would be really cool. Man, but that custom guild swatches, that's a really good idea. Holy shit, is that a good idea. Dude, I'm going to jet black that thing out with like a little gray charcoal highlight, dude. Oh, man, we're going to have a really good guild swatch. That's a really good question. right here. I like that one. That's getting bolded. That question's getting bolded. We were actually able to turn in that Zentara bounty. Was there a way? Oh, I forgot. Yeah, was there? Fallout 76 had 40k cap on caps. Everything above that was player. Oh, cap on caps. Oh, there's a 40,000. There's a cap on the bottle caps, which was the currency. That's right. My brother plays Fallout 76 here and there. He still hops back on. So no, you don't get the bounty. Oh, they tell you the bounty is no longer available.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I would be in favor of a lowered Solari cap. What would that do? Like, if they put like a cap on the Solari, that would be weird, right? If you're like constantly hitting that cap. I mean, you have his ring, so you have proof of his death. Well, you have proof that. Well, you have proof that you have his ring. You need his. But even if you had his finger on the ring attached, that's still not clear that he is dead. Caps on caps IRL. Fix the world. Caps on caps on caps. Alright, so I actually, alright. Alright, we're gonna keep this question. That's fine. Honestly, I don't really care that much anymore. You're right. Oops. Wait. Is that? Oh. Oh. Okay. So far, alright. Those are good questions. We'll just have it like this. This is a good set of questions, guys. And I'm gonna have it like this. There. Be like this. Alright. But you do not have the head. That was the kicker. You killed him, but no head. So weird. You have his Chris knife, too. Would be great if we could have more than one tickets for changing servers. Yeah. Maybe ask them if they plan thralls. Oh. How would you ask that? So, in Conan, wait, no. How am I gonna ask this? A feature from your other IP, Conan, where we could have scientists manning the stations of our base Adding buffs to crafting. This feature gave a lot of life to the bases of Conan. We could have our own pet Mala. Thralls in Dune would be Malas. Okay. There's so many fun things Funcom could do. Hire serfs to work in our bases, and every so often one takes Solari or a spare ornithopter, and you have to hunt them down. That sounds awesome, actually. Yeah, like anything. It's just like anybody sitting there thinking of a creative idea, right? I like how other survivals got servants that you can program to hunt. Dude, you guys, I was playing Soul Mask this weekend with my brother and last Friday. In Soul Mask, you can program your helpers that are part of your guild. I added them to my guild. They help me in battle. All right? I program them to go gather and then come and they put them in chests when they gather, and then they keep and maintain a certain amount of resources that I've programmed in of what they're gathering, and they process them. What? Dude, why doesn't Dune have that with like scientists? And I program them to go craft stuff, and they maintain certain levels of stuff at my base. And there's bonuses to crafting by using these things, the scientists. What? Why can't they have that? Can we have our own pet Mala? That'd be cool. Mala. Oh, I would love to have Laza Tiger as a pet. Random NPC attacks on a base could be fun. There are already slave traders here. We could find their captured slaves and free them, and in return they would serve at our base. Yeah, they could be like our, we could hire them. They, like, you know, like, they could cost a little bit of Solari or something each month. I have 1.5 million water. I want a real tree, damn it. Yes! T-Fox, yeah, I agree. Give us a little plant we can water into a tree. I mean, you're right. We could have an amazing irrigation system with all that water. T-Fox needs some water. Or wait, T-Fox needs Mala to water their palm tree. That'd be so cool. Could they allow us to hire NPCs? For example, I could hire mercenaries to place. Oh. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. That's like you hire a merc. That's like in EverQuest. That would be next level, guys. Look at these questions. Do you know what's happening here? This is shaping this game into something good. Okay, having questions like this. I'd pay good Solari for an NPC to constantly organize my chat.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Vendor to hire staff for your base, like you just said. Yeah, Conan Exiles has golem gatherers. Could you ask for a new skill so we could do the ambush from below the sand like they do in the movie? It would be like the still tent, except you are laying under the sand. That's an interesting idea. I could maybe bundle that into the. Is there any new skills? Um, I wish Dune had a similar way to sort loot and crafted stuff in a chest. Yeah, similar to Soul Mask. Yeah, Soul Mask was actually pretty cool. My brother brought me over to his base to show it off. He has this giant flying airship. It looks like something out of Final Fantasy. It's gigantic. I'm like, dude, what? What have you been doing in this game? So I'm on a public PvE server with my brother. I am going to be messing around long term on that server. He's already at the end. I have a ways to catch up. I killed an alligator boss over the weekend. But yeah, Soul Mask is pretty interesting. I posted in the Discord the public server that he's playing on and that I'm playing on, if anyone's interested. What about notifications from the exchange when something has been sold? So one does not have to check every freaking day, right? I was actually thinking what would be interesting is if you had a terminal for the market in your base. Don't you think that's pretty interesting? Like a terminal for the market, but then no one would ever go to the main town. The Tleilaxu solved this already with Golas. That's interesting. How about a search feature on the Siege console, which puts a marker over the box the item is in? Interesting. Interesting. Not having Fremen in the game is egregious. Yeah. So, all right. So wait, let's think about this for a second. Will a search I don't know if this can be implemented. Is there any other example of that? Can you think of any? I don't even think you can do that in Terraria. You need like a mod for like, how can I search for an item in my chests? You know what I mean? I don't think that there's a way. There's too much complexity, because what if there's multiple of the same item in different chests? I mean, what you would be like, where is this item? And it's like, you're like, computer, where is this item? And then it's like, sir, the item is in 3 different chests located over here. Like, there's no way they would be able to create that. That would be cool though. A terminal for the market could be tied to your rank. A unified way to claim rewards from Landsred and better rewards. Each rank unlocks something extra. So maybe I put this suggestion in already, but a way to transfer items bought in the market directly to bank storage. Right now, if I buy 300 plastinium, I can't take any of it. Transfer items. Yeah, I think they said that they... I thought that they added a way to do that a long time ago. I could be wrong. Label your boxes and organize your loot. You can't search like that. The database query would break the internet. Label your boxes and organize. Thanks. Thank you, Sin. I appreciate your insight. Also a way to access the market in Haga. Oh, the age-old request. Better permissions. You're right. It would be hard to implement with their current workforce. I want to know what unclaimed rewards I have pending with the Landsred rewards. Oh, yeah. You can put things you buy directly into vehicle storage. That would be cool if they opened up that interface where you could like see into your vehicle storage from a drop-down menu from the where you're depositing. Can you do that? And then you could just drag it in? I actually haven't done that yet. I try to be the devil's advocate. Xanthara tells you to find Stilgar. Derek Chinara, planetologist, goes off to find him. Fremen are coming. Yeah, I think we're going to find the Fremen soon, right? That's going to be a big buildup of excitement, too, in this game, you know? The buildup to the Fremen. I wonder how strong we're going to be able to get. Well, the thrall hunting in the wild can add a lot of replayability. Yeah, I agree. Oh, man. You guys, playing Soul Mask and playing Conan Exiles, the thrall system, Dune could have used that so much. Like, if I was in... Imagine if I was in my base right now, okay? And over here in my base, I've got, like, scientists walking around. Oh, now, granted, my Z-axis here, they'd be walking around. There's, like, scientists. He's, like, studying something by the garment fabricator, you know? Then I'd have to build my place. Like, I don't want them wandering to where my bedroom is, right? I'd actually have to set something up for that. Like, honestly, that would be badass if we had a thrall system in this game. I don't know why they didn't think to add it. That would be really cool. Having little scientists or a guy in a training room and he's like swinging like, he's just training like, and I can walk over and duel him anytime I want and I fight him. I'm just like training my combat. Dude, put some life into this game. Just do, like, Two Fox was right. At this point, just literally think of anything new and then put it in the game. Except another tread wheel. I mean, rare NPC types you need to find in caves. Yeah, like we wanted poster type quests in Arakeen and Harka Village. Hunt mad Talaxu scientists, hide in the deep depths. Oh my god, that would be so cool. Chapter 4, we will meet Stilgar. Oh, that's cool. I label and color coded my boxes. Neat boy. Autofly and hover mode on aircraft. Ask the devs about riding the worm. Make sure it isn't just some cutscene. No, will worm riding be in by chapter 5? Possible. We're hitting some major we're hitting some deep questions here, guys. Will worm riding as a mechanic be possible by chapter 5 or at all? You can't pull bought items from the market unless you're pulling the entire stack. If you can't, you just leave it. I'd wait. Need more houses brawling over Arrakis first. Also, please ask them if they add space monsters. Tleilaxu crash spaceships full of genetic monstrosities can make the game press. I actually like that. I'm not gonna lie, I actually like that. So, will we get space monsters? Tleilaxu crash ship with genetic monstrosities can make the game fresh. Does this have a spelling? No. Not a bad question. Think of anything other games do well. Put it in the game. Yeah. You should also fully equip your thralls with gear and customize them however you want. That would be really cool. Masquerade armor variants. Yeah, assign workers to crafting stations like in Windrose that also give bonuses. That would be sick. Dude, Sin, one of the coolest things about Windrose when I first got in there, like, you had 2 merchants just sitting there right at your dock. Like, I have no merchant. Why can't I put a merchant in my base? I could just talk to, hey, merchant, what's up? My base is empty all the time, dude. Like, hell. I want the training robot from the 80s movie to test DPS. Dude, yeah. In V Rising, you had to hunt for thralls. People fought over high-level NPCs and stuff. That sounds awesome. Those combat bots were cool. Very steampunk. They should add family atomics to nuke bases. They've said worm riding is not a priority for this year. An NPC faction actively performing tasks on DD. Sorry, just dreaming. Oh my god. World PvE bosses. Server merges tomorrow? I don't know, actually. I don't know when the server merges are coming, to be honest, guys. I want the 81 Dunes Harkonnen armor, especially visored helms. Heavy troopers. Yeah, that would be awesome. I love that 80s movie. Non-instance loot in PvP DD with increased drops. Okay. 84. Yeah, it's insane they don't have merchants in Dune. Imagine vendors like that'd be so cool. Like if I just had a vendor right here. All right. So let's look at these questions here. Is that how you spell Tlilaxu? Build variants like a quick build change. Oh. This conversation is making me realize just how little Dune Awakening actually has in it and how much more it could have had just based. Yeah. That's one of these things that comes out of these types of conversations. You really get down into the granular level, the nitty gritty, and you start looking at it from design decisions at the core. We're looking at systems thinking, community, social, psychological thinking. Wait, let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Build variants, okay. Wish they added skins for Ornithopter like Villeneuve's film. Yeah, that would be really cool. Will they add new vendors or make the vendors have new inventory at least once a month? Or a vendor you have to find like in Division 2? There's... Oh! Is there Jiggle Balls? Oh, we got the Commando! Thank you very much for the 5 gifted, Mr. Jiggle Balls. I appreciate it. We got the Commando alert. Classic Arnold movie. Thank you very much, Mr. Jiggle Balls. I appreciate that. The Pike Spear weapons and Harkonnen load screen that the guards have, add that. Ooh, that would be cool. So new weapons, new gear. This oh, I just read that. They call some of the troops in Awakening hoplites. It would fit to have spear units. Oh, that'd be cool. And new building pieces, the new sets we already have. Who is the game director? Asked to have that dude interviewed. Asked to interview the PvP game designer. PvP is just a game mechanic. How do they intend to integrate into the game? Yeah, I'm like, one of my questions is like, who is the game director? Get them on here right now. We deserve answers. My issue is that it seems they're going to take ages to add new things. Yeah. I feel jiggle. Thank you, Mr. Jiggleball. Yeah, the question is are we getting a Funcom or unfuncom call tomorrow? I'm not sure. I like these questions. Now, is this too many questions? These are good questions, Joel. These are good questions, so I'm gonna add this in. Joel rage quit the official Discord. Oh man, this is gonna be a rough weekend. I can already tell. It's gonna be a roller coaster of emotions, ups and downs. There might be a loop. We might get taken from a loop 360 degrees. It might be 180 degrees. What about what about faction-specific rewards that you can't get unless you're that faction? Yeah, they kind of made it so you can get everything, right? Joe Bylos. Okay, Dune creator, we need to become Conan creators. Thanks for tuning in. Oh my god, dude. They get everybody on the line. We're shutting Dune down. Play Conan. Oh gosh. Why do they want to force me into a game where people can have horse cocks? Like, Jesus Christ. That was their priority, guys. Let me show you something. This is their priority for Dune. Or is it? No. I meant this is their priority for Conan. Just take a gander at this, guys. Look at this. Okay. We've got this Conan Exiles Enhanced, okay? Look at this. Nice and easy, right? Alright. Oh, shit. There we go. That's on that big infographic way up in the top right, this little picture. Enhanced Endowment Slider. So now you can make a goddamn horsecock fucking, like, why was that even a priority at all? Was that a request? What kind of sick fucks are playing this game, you guys? Why do you want to third leg it? Like, what the hell? No, I know they're not new, but this is enhanced. It's enhanced. It's more. You can make it more or less. Is it less? Is the less part of it enhanced too? So then a realistic Conan, just like Arnold. Oh man. When does Dune get it down slider? Oh. Why was removing the fiber from Taiki priority? Listen, guys. Don't question their priorities. They're giving you a giant dong slider. They know how to prioritize things, guys. Yeah, micro. Yo, Insane, what's good, homie? I just saw the question is, oh yeah, here, let me go back. Let me get off of this, guys. Okay, let's go back. Jesus. All right. I saw the questions. I just saw the questions. Is this prior to the live stream? Can you ask any updates for PvP or not? Yeah. So let's see. I asked. So the question that I asked for PvP is any discussion of releasing a PvP battleground. Will there be any PvP updates in the future? Such as, no, I don't even know what to ask, such as, right? Any, Yeah, so drunken. I'll see if you want to message me in Discord or at me. If you have any other questions that you guys think of, I'll try to include what I can. What I'm gonna do is update my entry of questions to say I also have questions from my community, and here they are, and we'll see what they can get to. I need 1/10 of a millimeter scale. Dude, people I play Exiles always add the Devious Desires mod. It's all creepy ass sex stuff. My friends are freaks. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I don't ever play games for that type of stuff, but people are gonna give female characters the biggest tits and KO themselves the second they step forward. Oh man, the same people who advocate for the jiggle physics for imagine being the dev and someone says, "What part of Conan did you work on?" And you get to say, "I was the guy who got to create the option to be on like a horse." Oh my god, dude, what is this? What is this? Funcom is making us talk about this shit, guys. Oh my god. Recommend they could add NPCs that harvest in the DD protected by starter card that we can... That would be really cool, Lucian. Yeah, that would be really cool. They will add a beef swelling sign. Dude. Oh. I end up reading the words before I think about it first. It's player ranking, player faction, clan objectives. Yeah. Oh yeah, like a player ranking system. Okay, homie, thank you. We'll have the word with the guys. Awesome. PvP in Harka Village, or Arakeen, as well as PvP in the Freeman Ruins. That would be really cool. It's a diversion from the PvP. The Donkey Kong, the Donkey Kong dev. You need to go out. Hold on one second, guys. My dog needs to pee real quick. It was cold outside. I like that question, Don. Maybe we can do it with, like, in this one. Um, we could say base raids. Okay. I like that. Search most downloaded mod for Conan Exiles. Do not do the same. One thing you'll learn about me, guys, I don't play games for that type of stuff. I'm there for combat. I want to make a good build. Base defenses. Defenses. These are all good questions. We're kind of getting to the point. I want to build huge cannons on my base, similar to the ones we see in Simpo. That would be awesome. Turrets, yes. That's cool. I was hoping the fragment combining still in crafting would let us use lower grade blueprints to make better ones, but it only combines augments. Yeah, we were talking about that as a potential fix to getting rid of the red bar, and you get a bunch of blueprints. Actually, it doesn't even need you to get rid of the red bar. Just you have a clutter of blueprints, allow us to combine them. It could be in the crafting specialization tree. Yeah. All right. Now, this is definitely becoming a extensive list. Now, let's just think here for a second. Are we satisfied? Do we feel... Now, I wanted to pull from you guys as the community. Do we feel pretty satisfied about this list of questions? There's no guarantee they actually get to any of these questions, but I did get a thumbs up from Tomek, so I did want to add in directly from the community a set of vetted questions that we all sit here and brainstorm about. I mean, this is our opportunity. This is the one opportunity to do this. I would cut out about half of those community questions. Half, huh? Well, let me analyze them personally. The only one that might be too vague is the first question. Will late game reward systems be added? Because I almost need to lead them in to say what that is. This, now, let's go to the next one. Will matchmaking be added? I want that question there. I personally would like matchmaking added. The more questions, you're right. So Rico, you are right. You are right to say that. And maybe the battleground question. Oh yeah. Now build loadouts. Save multiple builds for different scenarios. More detailed character stats page. Combat log. Guild swatches. Catch-up mechanic. Okay, so then add a thrall system, worm riding, NPC. So these... The thing is that they're all good questions. The best one is build loadouts, but I'm biased. I've been asking for build loadouts for a while. I think it's okay for the community questions to be long. Yeah, like I'm fitting it on one slide. We're making it. It's okay, guys. In my opinion, this amount of space, that's the maximum space. That's about how big the other creators were doing. Like the other creators gave lists that were this big. Mine was small. So PvP matchmaking? Why not matchmaking for the overland maps for people? Yeah, so maybe we have to Okay. I usually don't like listing, etc. So maybe IE. Build loadouts would be great. Okay. If it included skill trees, yeah. Yeah, build loadouts, saves the skill tree and gear set on a tab. Save multiple tabs for different scenarios. I don't know how much more clearer I can be with that, right? I have to like literally spell it out what it is. I want to get these in here as soon as I can. Will they fix the lands rad? Harco will never win again on more or less any server. Anymore. I'm on 3 servers. All 3 of them Harco won this week. Yeah, we have to make sure that we're clear. We can't ask any question that might have some confusion from it. Age of Conan had saved loadout tabs. They even sold you more tabs in the games. So they don't need to have me specify. Maybe they could limit the amount of guild applications for each side. Well, then it would lock some things. Then there would be a lockout and it would force people to do something. No, when's the Carino faction showing up? They might not. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe they're gonna tomorrow at the call. I don't know what they're gonna tell me. Like, there's gonna be Chapter 4 and Water Wars information that I'm gonna be embargoed on. It's kind of an exciting day tomorrow, guys. Oh my god. Tomorrow we got Diablo 4. We got DUNE patch 3.2. I've got the developer round call. Like, I gotta make sure my my house doesn't get struck by lightning or something today. Make sure I'm there. Okay, if I share this with my private server, I can get their input. Pretty sure they will agree, even if there's no PvP. Yeah, go ahead. I'm trying to get a community feedback on this. I appreciate these questions, but my question is broadly, what is going to be the core gameplay loop and the goal that these other questions are built to feed off of or support? Gattaca number 2 this week? Wait, is there really? Let's see. Oh! It's almost a realization, Galadorn. Rusty Symphony and Gattaca will be the top. Can you imagine the day? My god. We've come a long way. Diablo 4 vomits in the little mouth. Yeah. Well, the thing is, you play Diablo 4 for like a week or two, and then that's it. You get to endgame, you beat it, and you're just going to see what kind of flashing colors, brightly flashing colors you get to interact with. You're like, oh, this is fun. And then you're done in a week or two. That's Diablo 4. So, let's think about this. So, Veldov, what is going to be the core gameplay loop? And that's, again, what I've been getting at for a while, is that the game needs multiple loops because you just need a bunch of stuff to do, and then when you've all exhausted that, you then go to PvP or you roleplay in the town and chat with people or whatever, you know, and show off your stuff. That's the fundamental thing you need to do. And in these worlds, we create our bases and worlds to get people in, and nobody comes into the bases anymore, really. Like, there's no reason to do anything. Tomorrow's update will bring PvE DD. Yes, tomorrow is PvE PvP DD split. That's tomorrow. Correct. Tomorrow is also the developer roundtable call. Doesn't the Emperor's House have a faction in the game? That would be cool. The Emperor, yeah. We should be able to become our own emperors or something. There's no real purpose for Ringmouse to exist in the endgame without the endgame. Repeatable arena PvP and arena PvE. You know what? Maybe we can modify this. Will any more
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm
will any
is
late
approaching.
game reward systems be added? That might be a way to ask it. I run through the story. Okay, I got the story. Then I farm PvE Desert and I get 10 million melange and I say, wow, that was fun. Or do I use it to build into PvP or raid or leaderboard? Exactly. No, you're. That's perfect. Okay, good.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
And remember what I said. I don't think it's a worthwhile gameplay loop to get a blueprint and then you have to farm the same thing to get that blueprint because farming that same thing is eroding away that item. So you need that blueprint to get that blueprint. That is not a good game. That's like a snake eating its own tail. Ouroboros. That's not a good gameplay loop. Sorry. Try again. So now they need to rethink that, and hopefully they can get that understanding from that question. I shouldn't need to specify so much. Why would I go to the DD to harvest spice if all that I get is a time bonus? It will save you more time to go to the PvE DD and avoid PvP. They need more incentive to go. Yeah, and Mugger, I'm really hoping that was their band-aid, and they were saying, yeah, we know it needs incentive, and then I'm hoping that 2.5 multiplier is not the only incentive that they're settling on. And maybe that's something I can ask. Will the 2.5 times mining and spice yield in PvP Deep Desert be the only incentive added for PvP that was talked about in the developer update? Is that an appropriate way to ask that? Right? Because that's our question. Remember, they said, we know that it needs incentive. And then they just said that, like, it's 2.5 times yield. And then so were they implying that was what their understanding was of incentive? Or is there more to come with PvP? I suspect PvE DD will have so much harassing that everyone will group up for PvP TT so they can actually defend. Like, what if the way that they fixed the PvP was to create the split, and it's like, no, you really wanted to come in here and get this. That'd be weird as hell if that ended up like that. So in our timeline, the Carino are the openly invaders of DUNE. I should get a 2.5 yield haul. That would be better. We're always still at the limit of our capacity that you hold in the thing. Doesn't matter if we get more. Like, it basically what it does is that the thing doesn't get used up as much or as fast. Well, I'm gonna need to put these in soon so that I want to make sure that these questions get in there so that I can double all storage. Yeah, we need more. Honestly, like double the storage, double the lights. Let me copy paste these into my post. Give me a second here. Let me just oh crap, it can't format. Oh my god, I've got to type these out? Let's see how fast I can type. Oh my god. No, this doesn't. The copying and pasting into. Wait, maybe I can do it one at a time. Hold on. It did something really weird with the formatting when it copy pasted in. Let's try one line at a time. Okay. There we go. I see what does it. It does need one line at a time because I need to delete something when it comes back in. It's like preserves something from Word. That's weird. Yeah, what is that? All right. Leaderboards. Combat log. Oh, you know what? Ah, that's weird. That works. It's taking this extra space from the right for some reason. Jam on those keys. Sorry, hold on. This is better. Catch-up mechanic. This is a good list of questions here, guys. I need to make sure I spell Tililaxu right. Let's see. Tililaxu. Oh, I was spelling it right. Okay. It's this. What? Why does it? God damn it. All right. Now let me input this, bold this. There we go. Almost done. And if you have any more questions after this, let me know. There we go. Almost done. Need to make it look as good as professional as possible. All right, let's see. All right. Questions are in. There we go. All right, guys, I got those questions in there now. Okay. All right, wait, let me okay, so we've got crawler works for Flower Sand too. The PvP faction bases have weapon locker displays, so the hum weapon intent. Some stations have armored dummies too. That would be nice. A target dummy. One day I'll get glasses, but no promises. My typing improves. Who cares about typing if we understand you, Galador? Come on, copy all of the notepad. That would have been. I have a notepad open for work too. That would have been so much easier, Rafko. The last question is asked and answered. They already said that's what the bonus will be. Well, no, they said that they recognize that incentive is necessary, and then they said PvP gets a 2.5 bonus. They didn't. So our question is that the only incentive being added? So that's fine. That's an okay question. Some of the token farming that can help you upgrade blueprints can be cockblocked by weekly limits like mnemonic recollections, but give you a chance to upgrade, say, one blueprint to grade 5 weekly. Lilaxu sounds like a med for constipation. Did you already put in there about adding danger to PvE deep desert like Sardaukar raids? Yes, we have. Where is it? NPC rating system and events would be PvE deep desert. Base raids, base defense systems. So, and then it would be here. So, base defense, and then I could also put patrols. Or Sardaukar raids. I could put something like that. Maybe I'll just use the word Sardaukar raids. Maybe in the future, PvP Deep Desert gets graded blueprints. PvE doesn't. Yeah, because then you could argue that PvE already has a place to go get those, right? So it'd be okay. But what you wouldn't want to create is like this really easy route to get, if like no one's even fighting in the PvP Deep Desert, then you just walk in and get grade 5 blueprints. It's tough. It's so tough the way they set this up to think about the fair way to balance that. That is a softball question. They'll just say they understand that more incentive is needed, and this is something they're discussing. So what do we do to update the question? The question is, okay. So wait, maybe you're right. Maybe the way that I had it originally, will there be any more PvP updates? Because that way I'm not leading them in. I don't give them any ideas. I'm not leading them in on a statement, and I'm just going to ask, is there any more updates for PvP that you have planned? Right? That way I'm not insinuating they already did something, they already satisfied something. I'm not even going to lead them in with that. It's just, is there any more PvP updates? Just straight off the bat. You know, I really wonder how many of these questions they're going to be able to get through. Because some of the other content creators, there's so many questions. I hope they can get to all of them. This is going to be such a good opportunity. If they need a good senior producer to help them, feel free to recommend me. I will PM you my LinkedIn profile. We can fix this. Oh, Mugger, yeah. See, oh, so you're a senior producer. Nice. I do work as senior product manager and senior project manager on my other job. I'm doing product management right now. And if you send them to them, they will have it. They will read it. I would limit it to like 4 questions. You just need to prioritize the questions and have us vote on the top 5. Can I do that? Let me see. How much typing in? Hey. They're good.
Them all.
Well, I spaced it out.
Did you?
A little bit. I'm getting the questions I'm gonna ask the developer tomorrow set. Let's see if I can how long can the poll questions be? No, maybe the poll through YouTube wouldn't be the way to do it. Let me think. How would I be able to set this up? Well, alright. If there's one question we could remove. Okay. The thrall system and worm riding. Yeah, I agree, Veldov. There's always going to be a danger of that where one has it and the other doesn't. I don't know if there's ever going to be a state of the game where it'll be able to exist like that. So here's the thing. I think this one.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
These two. We need this one. We have to have one PvP question. And NPC raids, like, I would like to know if that, like, let's leave that. So that's what I would say maybe we could take off. Like, I would love it if we could know about the thralls, but honestly, like, that's asking about a major system implementation. So we already know the answer. Gamescom Cologne, Germany is coming up. Are they going to be revealing anything there? I haven't seen anything posted yet about that. I know it's not within YouTube, but you could create a straw poll. Here's what I'll do. You could probably do it in Discord. You'd have to be like voting on it. I would have to list out each question separately, and then you thumbs it, or not thumbs it up, but you would have to do like 1 through 6, or how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 listed there. We do kind of have to remove some of these. So the worm riding, the thrall system, combat log are ones that I think, like, my gut is telling me they most likely can't do. The worm riding, like, the way they were talking about it was like, yeah, I remember us saying that, but that's impossible. Like, that's the impression I got from the worm riding. Let me update this. Matchmaking only matters if there's something to matchmake for. That's right. All right. Also, it doesn't make sense in the lore. Worm riding would be such a balance killer until the Freemen come back. Yeah, honestly, I mean, I don't know what they had envisioned in the first place. Like, what... I would love to hear what they had originally thought they were going to do. You know, somebody said that. They were the ones... I didn't say... I didn't... Like, yeah, it'd be cool to worm ride. No, it's because they said it at one point. So... So what I can also do is, if you want, I can post these questions separately in the Discord, and you'll have to... Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You'll have to, like... You'll have to find a way to upvote. I don't know if it's just thumbsing up it or what, your favorite questions, you know? Like, what your top questions would be. That's the only way I can think we could do it. If you wanted to do it that way. Otherwise, they're just, right now, those questions, they're listed there. I already put them into my post. So it's really about that I would only further specify to them, like, hey, this was the top upvoted question. Something like that. Just give them the list. All right, well, yeah, they have the list now. I put it in there. The list is in. You can upvote using numbers or just put the top 5 thumbs. Yeah, that's what I could do. For the red bar, use your math skills to figure out how many runs you get versus how many it takes to replace armor. I think the problem is drops don't keep up with the degradation. Yeah, the thing is that you're right. I mean, we've been kind of playing it by a visual observation without putting anything on paper. And the thing is that the problem is that there's a feeling that you only get when you play the game and you immerse yourself in the game. And it's what feels good and what doesn't feel good. And it's like, I'm talking about an overwhelming bad feeling. And it's this feeling that starts to work its way into your motivations to why to even participate into the game. So it's a framework that causes you to not want to wear the best gear when you get it. It's a framework that causes you to not want to take risks and experiment where death is the outcome, a potential outcome. And in a game that has a lot of challenge, there's going to be a lot of death. And I just feel like the red bar is one extra layer of punishment on a system that almost is built to support a lot of deaths. You're in a survival game that's meant to be harsh. And then on top of that, you put in an MMORPG-like scaling system of progression for gear. So, yeah, I mean, I just think that the system as it is doesn't support a red bar. And it would not hurt the game at all. In fact, I think that it would maybe save the fucking game if they got rid of the red bar. Like, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. If you give anybody this feeling in their head of a little bit more permanence to their character, to their time in the game, it might go a long way. Seriously. Like, we still have to repair durability. Literally, the fact that there's a red bar is a double dip of resources on us. It's a perverse incentive. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Honestly, they should just remove durability loss on death. Losing your drop pools or having to restart and having the durability loss from fighting anyways is punishing enough. That's the thing, is we're already being punished. There's already a degradation and we already have to repair it. Dude, you still have to go get spice to repair shit. That's dangerous. That you can die and lose all your shit. We already have all of the risks and degradation in there. We don't need the red bar. It's just too much to deal with. I mean, honestly, like, it's too much to deal with for the average player. If you're playing it every day and you know life this game and you've got everything you've ever needed, I still would argue that under the current system, it's like you're not getting grade 5s, a plethora of the one that you want. The loot system is all weird, so it's like you barely get what you need, and then the system is lots of deaths, lots of degradation along the way, very inefficient. House script consumable repair, red bar repair kits. Yes, I agree. I would really hammer them on the red bar. It needs to go. Yeah, you could be right. You know what? Like, oh man, I wish I could just shake them and be like, God damn it. Problem is, removing the red bar removes the repeatable need to get the schematic. Well, the thing is that they've made it so it's hard to get the schematic anyways that you want. And then you finally get that one schematic, right? It's gotta be the grade 5, right? So you're always on the road, and not everybody's just getting grade 5s of what they want. So assuming the testing stations are fixed and you have to do it the legitimate way, having no red bar, like, what you would do then is make it so you could combine blueprints to be the higher grade, 5 or 10. So then you're like, you have a target to farm. I'm going to keep farming the blueprint no matter what, because I'm just going to combine them to the next grade till I eventually get my grade 5 of what I need. That system works. That's an actual loop. And I've already said that on my video that I linked to the developer. Red bar is just a bad patch for a shallow game loop where you quickly get to farm too much of everything, so you have to take most of the extra farm out of the economy. Oh yeah, that's a good critique. You want to incentivize peeps to go all in, not run away. The game needs to reward you for falling. You need to continue to fail to succeed. When you succeed, you get greatly rewarded. Yeah, Mugger. That is one of the formulas that they learned in Dark Souls and From Software, is that it does not feel as good when it's easy and you overcome it right away. And this is, and in Dark Souls, like, the overcoming of a challenge is the reward. It is so rewarding. Like, I'll give you an example. The other day when I was playing with my wife, Elden Ring Night Rain, I had a clutch moment at the very end of an Everdark boss where both people died, and I was the last man standing. The boss was low health, and I had to go through a tussle, and I killed the boss. And I remember I screamed. I was like, yeah! And you can't, like, that feeling that you get when you overcome an extreme challenge is just so great. But when I go in to do that, I'm wearing my best gear. I'm trying to be the best that I can be. There's no incentives fighting against that. There's no systems fighting against that. In Dune, you have systems built into the game that are fighting against you to want to go fight that challenge and die 100 times until you get it right and learn. It's not conducive of that. So yeah, and I agree, Mugger, that you want the incentive to wear your best gear, to run straight into the battle, to learn no matter how many times you die. But that is not what this system cultivates. It's cultivating like these unforeseen vectors that are like off from the skew of the design intention, because they're just not thinking ahead far enough, I guess. Veldov said it good the other day that they have trouble seeing downstream from implementation. Also, you finally get that rare schematic, you craft it, you either have to waste it now getting the next one, or you use it doing something other than dungeons. You can't really do both. Yeah, and that's just another good point too. You finally get a rare schematic, and you don't even have the crafting. You can't even, like, you don't even want to craft the version of it because it's not going to be the best. They've, like, every system they did not think about thoroughly enough, because what it does is it causes you this other feelings. These, like, this doesn't feel good. I don't want to engage with this. I want to, like, that is not that's not good game design. It should be like magnetism. Like, we're drawn to these systems because of just intrinsically how well put together or how necessary they are. But they're all disjointed. Work around it. Don't remove the bar. Remove Imperial permits and add a costly way to fully repair them. That could work. That could work, Tao. They need to make the item repair loop something that doesn't result in eventually losing your item. Allow us to farm materials to repair. Yeah, done. That's another good fix. Another good layer you could put in right there. Absolutely. 5 tier 0 blueprints make a grade 1. 5. Yeah, and that is powers of 5, right? 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. So think about how long that, like, that's a lot of blueprints to go from grade 0 to grade 5. That's almost like too many. The red bar isn't meaningful progression, it's a maintenance tax. It doesn't deepen decisions or reward skill. It just forces periodic upkeep. That's not engagement, it's busy work. Beat me to it. Yeah. Oh, is that what oh, Rodri right there. Red bar is just a patch for, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I agree with both of you completely. And I've been saying this for a while, is that's a really bad gameplay loop that they set up for the blueprints to degrade to farm that same blueprint. It's a lazy ass gameplay loop. And it's not worthwhile. And honestly, a lot of these frustrations, like, what do we do now in the game? Like, it comes from the fact that the things that they do put in to do are just meant to do busy work like that. It's like on the design board, all right? It comes the core concept behind the design that's coming out. And what is their intention there? So, like, we need them to make more game sales. We want to monetize the Eververse in Destiny 2. We want them buying those skins. So we need the better looking skins coming in over there on the Eververse as opposed to here. We need to, so, but this is a design intention or something going on the board at the core of the development cycle. Okay? And so the red bar is not where it's like, okay, we need a way to make the impermanence of Dune feel like it's actually there. Like this, nothing lasts forever in the sands. And that's how they actually set up. That's the first thing that they put. And then from that design chain comes the red bar. Or is it like, we can't think of what we want them to do here. So, like, and then they come up with this gameplay loop where the red bar is out of a consequence to get us to keep in this loop, as opposed to having a meaningful design decision and something meaningful to do. I don't mind the red bar. I get the loop they're going for, but at this point I'm wearing out grade 4 cure and Augs faster than I can replace. That's so Jukebox, like, behind everybody that's been even giving it a chance, the red bar, I can understand their design decisions. Eventually, everybody comes around and realizes, wait a minute, I'm actually not getting them at the rate that I need to. There's 13 things I need and I'm not getting any of them. And I've been playing the game like I should be. You're exactly right. And this is what we've been saying the whole time. And people have gotten there earlier to see that and test that. Fix the insane amount of crappy items. Yeah, I agree. You should ask them about if they have plans to introduce affixes on gear. Make the gear more interesting. Imagine the movement. Yeah. So what would that be? That would be more interesting stats on gear. Okay. The thrall system isn't hard to implement at all. It's just special tag NPCs that will spawn. Okay, so maybe we can... Alright, wait. So that's a vote to keep the thrall. Alright. Let's put that back in. No problem. Okay, any thrall... Okay, yep. We can have that. Alright, we got the thrall question back in. Now, more interesting stats on gear. What do we think about that question? Grade 6 weapons is like that pretty notebook you never use since you bought a decade ago because you're always waiting for that special moment of inspiration to write a book on it. Yeah, that's a good analogy. Absolutely. And when you get the blueprint or for an augment, you need to get really lucky on the good. Oh my god. And guys, and anybody that participated in the bugged where you could re-roll the augs in the cargo containers, you know how many of those you would have had to create to get the roll. Now, granted, the cargo container re-roll wasn't counting in those bonuses, but could you imagine if they had this system in other games like WoW, finally grounded this dungeon best gear and it breaks? Yeah, no. I was saying this, Sarah Shadow. World of Warcraft would have never succeeded ever if it had a red bar. Ever. And in fact, those devs would have laughed at you if you tried to suggest that red bar shit. They'd have been like, throw that idea in the trash. Also, you're fired. Get out of here. In fact, you're never working for any game company again. We're calling all of them right now. That's what would have happened at the Blizzard meeting. It would be great if they changed damage scaling in some way as well. I love having some base damage on a weapon, then your abilities scale. Yeah, so Don, that's my first question. If you look at my first question on my short list, certain skills are extremely underutilized, such as the Poison Tree and Mentat, and specifically Poison Tooth. While cool thematically, it would be fun to have them made viable under the current scaling of the game. Will the skill tree be revisited to incorporate scaling? That's my question. Will the skill tree be revisited to incorporate scaling? And I made a video that I linked to their developer, and that developer in my DM thumbsed it up, and it was my suggestion to add scaling to all the abilities. And I had my my PowerPoint presentation with my examples. A maintenance tax is standard in a survival game. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is like items degraded like that in Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. I was getting used to it in those Zelda games too. None of this is new. This is the system that exists in many ARPG games. It's true. You have to maintain power too. That's another maintenance tax. Meaningful ones, yes. It's the differentiator between good and bad design. That's right, Veldov. I agree. There should be a way to remove the red bar. Not just because of the item, but because of the augs. And oh, yeah. But it shouldn't invalidate the schematics. That's a good point, Atrium. That's a good point. My first unique shield was after more than 100 PvP labs. Now, should I do another 100 to replace it? Nah. Yeah, Tau. Oh, my God. Doubt with a 10% drop chance. Or 12%. And don't tell me to rotate my gear. I want to use it. Yeah, Tau, I'm in the same boat. If I get my best gear, I'm using it. I'm not going to not use it. Are you kidding me? I dislike systems that make me feel that I don't want to use my best gear. I don't like that. I always want to be rolling around with my best gear. That's the whole point. You're playing the game to play, you know what I mean? Like, how else do I say this? Like, you're not playing the game to make like a shelf of things in the game you're not using. Like, you're there to use the items in the game to the best of your ability to beat the game. That's the whole point of a goddamn game. You get to the end, you make it to the end. And then they create these infinite games that you can infinitely be there over at the end, right? But you would always want to use the best thing you have. When you were a kid, like if you get a new pair of shoes, do you wear the old pair of shoes out of the shoe store? No. You wear the new shoes out. Of course. I'm going to wear my new pumps, all right? I got the pumps. It's the whole point of getting them, to wear it. People would come around on how bad the red bar is sooner, but so many were glitching around. It's true. The repair bug removed the AUG, so yeah, so I haven't even interacted with that for a while. I mean, my full graded 5, there's nothing you can do about that now. Soft step boots only go up in armor value is crazy. Oh my god, dude, all of these things, and it's including the soft steps. Dude, just look at the desert garb. Like, I already capped out my heat protection at 6. It doesn't go any higher. So why is there all these things that make the heat protection layered in high? Like, it's so stupid. They didn't think about anything, dude, ahead of themselves. Oh my god. How about instead of vague, interesting stats, we ask for actual scaling of the stats that matter in the gear, like the energy resistance for forge armor. How about that? Even Star Wars Galaxies removed item decay? Ooh, Star Wars Galaxies removed it. All these Star Wars Galaxy players make me happy, Galadorn, yeah. Hey, one of these days, Galadorn, I'm gonna set up the Star Wars Galaxy private server, and you'll have to show me around. We'll do that on one of the Friday variety days. They should add back taxes, but we have to submit tax returns, and it is a paper please style mini game. Oh my god. It's less than 6, and on PvP, PvE, it's less than 1. Yeah, it's really low. Is that the new percent with the changes? An idea could be that you use the schematic to either create a new item or use it to remove the red bar. Oh, Dranum. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, you either use the blueprint to repair the red bar or... Yeah. Really good idea. Or is it going to change from week to week? No, it's been like that forever. Just look it up. Just looked up. As in, it repairs it to 100% and consumes the schematic. Ask about flamethrowers that don't suck. My fire damage and skill grenade scaling would be nice. Yeah. Plus bonus stats for completed gear sets. Higher level labs like 19 shouldn't drop like grade 3 items either. Transferring that to usable gear might not be not fix the problem, but could help. If they recommend gear percent for the lab, then it should at minimum drop that. That's a good point. An hour, that's a long time. I get so mad when I take an hour to finish level 25 dungeon and I only get augments. Well, I mean, without no, I mean, an hour if you're progressing on any of the labs, and some of them with have lots of deaths. Yeah, no, that's 45 minutes to an hour. When I was like dying on Lemminger, like if I died on Lemminger like 3 times, that's 45 minutes, because he's literally like 10 or 15 minutes to melee his ass when I was doing that melee Lemminger runs. 25-minute stations and you get a still suit grade 5 gloves. No, you know what? I had one time more plastanium roll and 2 sets of the poison pills, no blueprints. I guess I could have gotten no blueprints and no poison pills. I guess I could have gotten that. All right. Sorry, I should label when I'm talking to other chat members. I'll try. Oh yeah, I apologize, guys. Sometimes I read it like you're talking to me, and I apologize if I do that. So. Let's put this one in, that's okay. All right. I think that's a okay list for now. All right, guys, I think that is a good list. I've updated, how about re-rolling augments? Cost Melange or something, nothing worse than running hours. Oh, what do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that suggestion right there? Okay. Re-roll, will there be a way to re-roll augments added in the future? What do you guys think about that? Okay, I'll add that in. I'll put that towards the top. How about that? I'll put that at the top. Will there be a way to re-roll augments added in the future? Okay, that's the first question. I'll put that as the first one. How about that? From the community. For a cost. What did I just say? For a cost? Yeah. Okay. Alright. The quicksand feature. Spend spice and tier 5 stuff to reroll augs. That would be nice. Like, it's gonna, like that right there, guys. So reroll is a way to sync all your mats right there. That a reroll mechanism. So I mean, we have to be careful what we wish for.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Or removing them for a cost. Well, I know that you can't remove... Can you remove the gems in World of Warcraft? I know you can override them, install on top of them. Man, I have so many questions, because I would want to ask, could you ever implement something where the augs can be installed on top of an old aug? That's what we really need. Re-rolling augments. Rolling augments could be literally the cost to craft it. Yeah, no, I agree. And it would sink mats. Like, people would be sometimes hitting bad RNG and not being able to hit it, and it's going to, like, take all your mats, and you'll be like, just one more. It's literally like gambling. I died to all of them. I don't run augmented gear, though. I wish for flat values for each augment. Random is such gamba. Make the value tied to your ability as a crafter if necessary, but stop the gamba. Yeah, I would rather repair my gear than have augments. And I mean, that depends on where you're progressing. Hey. Sorry, my dog. All right. I wish for flat values for each augment. Random is gamba. Make the values tied to your ability as a crafter if necessary, but stop the gamba. That's the craziest thing, guys. Just think about this. They not only made it so that it like everything has a red bar and you have to replace it. You have to gamba on the roll. Like, what is that? There's a game update tomorrow. Yes, 3.2. Big old 3.2 is tomorrow. Actually, 4 a.m. tomorrow. Boom. Big patch 3.2 is coming tomorrow. And my Funcom developer call for the creator program is tomorrow at 9 a.m. Patch, I'm going to be starting the stream at 8 a.m. Have about an hour with the patch, and then I'm going to be on this call with the stream, but the call will be muted and my face will be reacting. And so I'm getting the community questions put together that I have copy and pasted into my shortlist questions, and I've listed them below as my community's questions. And whether or not they get to any of them, I'm not sure, but I at least have I've asked my very first question is if our skills will be revisited at all to incorporate scaling. Casinos are not my thing. Fixed drop rates instead. Yeah. I don't like those games that have that, like Black Desert. Black Desert had that failure mechanism, and Lost Ark. Ugh. But you know what? That's a good way to make a lot of money. If you want to make a lot of money, you put something like that in. How about level 100 crafting can add a special item which guarantees max stat roll on an augment, limited uses per day. That would be nice. Dude, level 100 crafters should just be able to do everything. So we're getting cargo glitch back, I assume. Oh, yeah. You can bet your ass that we're getting something back that was originally there. Who knows? Well, tomorrow is going to be really interesting, that's for sure. Guys, tomorrow we have patch 3.2, the Funcom creator call, Diablo 4. I don't know what else there is, but there's definitely lots of stuff. Oh, the Division 2 has a patch tomorrow. Or something. They're doing something tomorrow with Division 2. We have so much going on. Funcom better get this right. You know what I'm saying? Funcom better get this right. All right. Where did you put the questions in Discord? It's in the Funcom creator Discord in a specific thread they made for the creators attending the event, like myself, and I posted my questions in there. And Tomex already thumbs it up. So that must be me. That means to me that the guy that's the community manager that's posted in there that said this is where to post the questions, he acknowledged that my questions were there. So it's the best I can do right now, really. This is the best I can do. I just need to articulate clearly enough. Oh, I meant for us to vote on. Oh, I haven't put them in yet. Hold on, let me... What is the easiest way to do this? Let me see. If I open this... Give me 1 second. Let me see. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go to General DUNE, all things DUNE. Alright. Now, I have to post this so people don't... this is going to be annoying. Hold on. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do is... How many of these questions do we have? You can create a poll in Discord and break your questions down into 2 words. What I was going to do is put it in the announcements channel, and I'm going to list... How many questions do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 questions to react to. And I will then let them know which got the 5 highest. I'll leave them all listed, and then I will let them know what are the top 5. Now the thing is the announcements channel is going to have 12 posts in it right now. Let's just think for a second. Is this the easiest way to do this? Now, is there any point? I've already included all the questions to the developers. So the question is, do I let them know of those 12, what are the top 5? Is that going to help? Will that help with anything? like the biggest question that I want them to answer is my first question. They'll probably ask that if I had to guess. There is a lot of questions from other people. You guys should see. I really need to make a way to stand it out. If not, no worries. Especially already put them in. Well, they're in there. I want to just make sure they're in there. So, but if I go back and I edit it, yeah, guild swatches. We were talking about that. That would be, and they already reacted to them. They did. Why can't it just be top 12? Yeah, I mean, you know what? We don't need to change anything. I've already put it. It's already been in there this whole time. As soon as they went up here like this, I was already editing it into my comment. So, all right. We do not need to do this poll then. It's good the way it is. By the time they get to your question list, many of these questions will already have been asked and answered. It is a possibility. Well, the Battlegrounds question, I think, will be answered or asked. I don't know if people asked about the skill scaling, though. I was trying to read up above me. Up above me, I did not see... Yeah. I don't see anything about skill scaling above me in the questions. We are unique and have unique questions that no one else has. We have good questions, though. No, we do. We have, like, you can always tell when it's one person sitting there just typing questions off the top of their head, or you sit here and do what we've been doing, which is brainstorming with, look at how many people are here. So that's how many brains, right? Putting together their minds. So this list is distilled. This is a very distilled 100% pure list by the time we get to it here. And honestly, I would want to read from this list then at that point. So it is a way to make it stand out by having it very articulated like this. And it looks clean. I'm looking ahead of me. There's nothing about scaling in the... Unless somebody goes in and adds it in or something. I don't see anything. So we're good. Our questions are stand out. I like it. Hey, what's up? I put together the list of questions for the developers, and the call is going to be tomorrow. She might need to... yeah, I'm just letting you know. I took her out earlier. Can our guild swatch just be all black? Yeah, it's going to be all black with like one of the inner linings like a charcoal gray or something, you know, to get a little bit of differential going. That's the way but absolutely it would be all black. Can you give the thumbs up if we guess something? We have to think about like a code, like baseball signals, like tip of the nose, pull on the ear. Who's stealing on first? Does that break the NDA? I don't know. Like honestly, like I'd have to go back and look at the Funcom creator agreement. I'd have to pull it up to see what violates their agreement. I would assume that the thing is like, imagine like this. Imagine I don't show my face and I come back in after and I say, I can't tell you guys anything because I'm under embargo. What I can say, you guys will have plenty to play with. It's going to be very exciting. You see how I can talk about it though, but not really. That's not breaking any NDA. And I can say, like, you guys are going to be really excited. That's the same thing as me sitting here, like, reacting to what they're saying, but you not knowing what it is. Because what's happening, what has to be prevented is that you can't just... I just take it off and I put it over my heart. I'm just like this. No, that's the thing. I'll need signals that are very discreet, all right? 2 sips of the coffee. And I set it down. That's a negative reaction, okay? But 3 sips with a touch of the nose. That's a good sign, okay? We have to get deep like this, all right? I better make it not coffee. Maybe water. I'll take a sip of water. That's going to be drinking way too much coffee. Your wife cut your hair with a bowl afterwards, so it's either a good cut or... Oh, God, you guys. So I show up the next day, and it's like, depending on how bad my haircut is, that's what's going to determine if... That's my sign to you guys. Pinky up. What? Like I'm drinking like this. It's like... Oh my God. Earlobe nose, pull cap off. They're doubling down on... Oh, like Doctor Strange and the Avengers with the one. We only have to wait a few days to find out anyways, unless they're gonna have some things they won't release. But it'd be cool to speculate. No, I want them to explode my mind. Like, I want to have my mind blown when I walk in there. I want to be sitting here like... Oh my God, you guys, holy shit. Like, that's how I want my reaction to be. I don't want to be sitting here like, oh man. It's one, dude, tomorrow. Oh God, dude, I always love Dune patch days. So tomorrow we may be logging into a completely broken game too. Like, the game might not even work. I don't even know what to expect tomorrow. Like, who the hell knows? They might fix everything. What if they fix everything? Everything's fixed. And it's flawless. What if it's flawless? Everything's fixed. We have no issues. Just all about the weather. If it looks like a winter storm is coming, beautiful weather outside. Oh, I'm going to have, like, this ambient thunder and lightning storm playing if it's bad news. And I'm going to have this, like, summertime, like, birds chirping and, like, something. And that's going to be the background that you'll hear in the start of Wednesday's stream. And that'll let you know. Hey, we might get the Solari dupe glitch back. Maybe just declare numbers from one. Oh, my God. I'm, like, sitting here. Wait. I'm sitting here, and they say something, right? They give an announcement, and I'm like, they give another announcement, and I'm like, well, we're thinking of funny ways that tomorrow during the Embargo developer call, that without breaking the NDA, without spoiling anything, what I'm allowed to do, like facial expressions. Do I have to have a poker face? Can I be like? Can I do signals? Can I speak in sign language? Can I interpret what's going on in sign language? No, I probably couldn't do that. I wouldn't be able to do that anyways. Get a big dice and spin it. Shave the stash. If Funcom actually fix everything, pretty good odds you'll be fine. I don't know if I can risk that with Funcom. Knowing Funcom, they'll find a way to get me to shave my stash. I can't exactly have that. I don't even think I have a sharp enough razor to shave my stash. It's just there. Blades are too dull to get through it. Be like Olympic judges. Yeah, that's what I was. No, that's what I was thinking. That's why I wrote on this. I was like, I need like a darker marker though. I don't know if I have a marker. I have a pencil. How dark would I have to make the pencil? So the pencil, I'd have to like to get you guys to see it. I don't know if this. Let's see. Can you see it from a distance? Let's see. Oh yeah, you can. Wait, I don't need to specify out of... What am I doing? You already know it's out of 10. Yeah, I'm gonna be on Dune, testing the 3.2 patch, and I'm gonna be listening in on the embargoed call, and I will not be relaying the call on stream. But I'll be able to be like reacting like ooh, like I just can't say what they're talking about. So then that's the joke. That's the joke, is that I'd be sitting here like this, like, and anytime they make an announcement, I'll just like put up a sign like that. I'm not actually going to do that. That would just be funny if I did that. Grocery list 1 to 10 to address numbers from Home Depot. We're going black hair color if they present it. No, dude, if you know, like, my hair's like silver now. It used to be really blonde. If you dye that color black when the roots grow in, it looks like you're balding. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It just looks like it puts this really weird differential of color. So you end up having to maintain that color, or it just looks kind of strange. It looks like everything is a comb over. Put up a white paper for every announcement, and facial expression tells it all. That's what I think. They don't have an embargo. Like, think about it. Because you come back on stream after the call or something, and you're under an embargo. I can't tell you what I saw. I can't tell you what new is coming. I can't tell you any of the content that would spoil potential sales, right? To sale of the game. And so, now, there's absolutely nothing wrong with being vague and talking like, you guys won't be disappointed. Like, because it's the same way that you talk under the constraint of an NDA. And I've been under strict business NDAs before. And you can still come home to your family and be like, yeah, I'm working on something really exciting. Like, I can say that it's exciting. And so if I say that it's exciting and that's accepted, okay? Like, I can't talk about it, but it's definitely something exciting. You guys won't be let down. Like, talking like that doesn't violate the embargo. And it's not a negative influence on the embargo. So, me sitting here just like with a face, the thing is they put the call right in the middle of my stream. And I'm going to listen to it, and I just can't have you guys listen to it. So all I do is I switch desktop audio to game capture, and no one can hear it. I'm going to be listening. Now, I then can't talk about what I'm hearing. And then I don't even know if I can acknowledge which questions they might let us know. And in fact, I could even ask them, when we get to the part of the Q&A, is the Q&A okay to relay back to the community with the answers? I'll ask them that. Because that's going to give us a lot of insight. We were dying to know about the Q&A questions. So, yeah, white paper to let us know an announcement happened. So you live in the mountains and internet can be patchy. Have your webcam plugged in near you. Unplug and replug 3 times something good, 1 time something bad. Make it seem like I'm actually suffering the consequences of an internet outage in the mountains. That's very good. Make it seem like it's not my fault. I don't ever see worm riding being a thing. Too game breaking. Yeah, I never even like thought to myself that scale of something would be possible. It seems impossible. They're the ones that were saying it was something. So I wouldn't even have had it in my head if they hadn't have said anything. When I was on the friends and family alpha for Diablo 4, I wasn't even allowed to tell anyone that I was on the alpha. Oh, really? Wow. They had an NDA that was that strict? Well, actually, you know what? I take that back. Because if you are early enough in development, the NDA can include talking about that you're... Well, the thing is, like, I can't even talk to you guys about what company, my other company I'm working with, because I'm under an NDA. For its development, a competitor might go look and target it. So I can't talk about that, necessarily. So you're right. You're right. Some stuff is pretty maybe. Dude, do they have an embargo on my face? Do I really need to go look this up? Do they have an embargo on my face? What about my pattern of breathing? How about this, guys? If I showed a heart rate monitor and no webcam, so you could not see my face, but you could see my heart palpitations depending on the excitement I have for the announcement, is that under embargo? I played the closed beta for Star Wars, same thing. Worm riding might be a fast travel. That's what I was thinking they would do, is just make it like the fast travel animation was the worm riding, and you're like, yeah, and that's it. Or like to go find the Fremen, you have to ride a worm in to go. Would have to be DD, not Basin ever. Alright, let's see what this is. What does embargo mean? It's an official government-imposed ban or restriction on trade, commerce, or transportation with a specific country. Temporary restriction where a source gives information to reporters but dictates the future data can be publicly reported. Yeah, I feel like I already understand this as well as I need to. Like I said. There's only going to be positive things coming out of tomorrow. My face isn't going to be a negative reaction, I'm sure. If I have to, I'll turn my camera off, but I don't really think I need to.
Sector weather alert. A large
I did
sandstorm
betas for
is
Lord of the
approaching.
Rings, Star Wars, and Dune, all NDA. Lord of the Rings. I was talking to my buddy the other day. Would love a Lord of the Rings MMORPG that was like hot, like a pretty big fidelity. Somebody's gonna leak this anyway, I'm sure. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I'm not a content farmer. I don't make thumbnails to clickbait. I don't like try to do all that stuff. I wasn't planning on making a video about the content anyways. Like, I'm gonna be the first to get there. I don't do that type of stuff. I'm after deeper insight, builds, information. Like, I don't really care about the recognition of first to find it or anything like that. It's more just about the information itself. Nasty Nate leaking all the meshes. Better leak the... I just have to make sure I mute the right thing and I don't accidentally... And I'm like, guys, you can't hear it, right? You're like, no! And you're just listening to everything. Thank you for that, by the way. No problem. The thing about, like, because I work in K-12 ed tech education, the thing about when you're working with people that need to learn something is that you want to do it in the most efficient way possible. And you don't always know the right way to say it, but an efficiency is the skill that develops, like, how the best way for anybody really to interpret the information. And that practice of making a build guide was what I was trying to do, is how can I be the most efficient at explaining something? Now, there is deeper discussion that can always emerge from anything that I do, but the quick, like, to the point, what do you explain about something that is only the relevant information that you need to inform and reassure the decision you're recommending or something like that. So I always wanted to like thumbnail, all these things that detract from what you're actually trying to do. So like the thumbnail is it's like a peek inside what to expect, what you're seeing, what is ahead of you in the video. You already have a title and a description. You don't need a thumbnail that has all this extra stuff on it. Number one reason I hang here is because it's not useless BS that I have already heard and seen. Also not AI slop. Yeah, I never used I was doing all my content stuff before AI. Honestly, I didn't even know, like, it's kind of cool, like, that, I mean, there's some cool things about it, and then there's stuff that, like, I really am growing to dislike about it. What I don't like is that I feel like there are some usages of AI that makes, when you take what it's created and you're representing it from yourself, it makes your language seem like incorrect or lazy. It's really, I don't know how to put my finger on it. The AI doesn't always put together the sentence structure correctly. And then when you just copy paste it in, and you're saying, like, this is a representation of me using my language. Language is meant to communicate. And if you're confusing people, or it's not really built, I don't know. I always can tell when it's like an AI output of language. Now, where is there like, if it's translating, if it's coming in from, it's like a translation program or something that's different maybe. But, and then AI always makes the cartoon bodies look like a dwarf. Have you noticed that? Now the tool, here's the other thing too, is like last year I was working with a programmer. He was on my team, and he had fully integrated AI into his workflow as a tool, as a programmer. Like he was using it without thinking. Like it's not even a question of using it, because he knew how much farther he could get with it with just himself. Like, he is limited to his own capability. Now, then I have another guy that I'm working with right now. He doesn't need WordPress. He doesn't need anything. He codes from scratch. He is a complete expert in the language of coding. And it's easy. Like, it is in fact much more efficient for him to do it that way than use WordPress to create anything. And there's two different worlds, really. You have, and these two people that I'm working with, there's a difference in age by probably 20 or 30 years. But both pathways are yielding good output. Now, I will say that there was more bugs with the AI. The AI website that he was doing coding, way more bugs. Way more bugs. The website that's hand coded, it's squeaky clean. It operates flawlessly. It's crazy. It's all formatting stuff that I'm catching for the math thing that I'm working on. And the community's award-winning personality. Thanks. It's a useful tool for sure, but not organic. It's just not. It's not refined enough yet. There's a lot of the edge cases of error are pretty prevalent. It needs a lot of extra layering of human intervention to get it to output the correct, because I'm working with stuff right now that is utilizing AI for generation capabilities, and it is a constant thing where you have to keep tuning it. Now, in 10 years from now, it's going to be really interesting to see how far it's progressed. Because it's moving fast. It's moving very fast. And it's here. And there's no way around it. Now, the question also then, is there a limit to like where it'll progress to? Is it just going to kind of come into, it'll live and die out? It'll burn itself out. The AI data centers and infrastructure is so inefficient too. But then compare it to a Google search. I saw somebody talking about that the other day. Where does the inefficiency lie? How long are we going to get access to these systems? Indefinitely? Or where is there a material inefficiency? Yeah, I've used it to improve spreadsheets to be more efficient. It helps when you don't know the solution, and no one you know knows the solution either. I had to refine it a ton of time due to errors. Yeah. The thing is that if you're doing something to optimize like output, and I think that if you can think about when you have to, you can do all this manually though. That's the problem. So like back in the day, and not even that long ago, what you would be able to do on your own would be you got to access data sets into Excel spreadsheets and stuff for different years of work. You could set up simple Python programs to help you to help create efficiencies in your workflow. All of that is automated and bundled into different things now for AI, and you don't even need that anymore. You could do that manually by hand. So, but the thing is like, is AI going to become one of those just integrated tools without thinking about it that is circumventing a lot of extra manual work that would have normally appeared in the standard workflow? We're not necessarily even talking if it's going to replace jobs or anything like that. It's just your job stays there. Now your job is amplified, and it can go farther and faster. In 10 years, we'll call it Skynet. I work for a bank, and they lock down all scripting functionality, so most of what I have to do is a formula workaround. Oh, they lock down all scripting functionality. Oh, and then you come up with workarounds. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. Very cool to hear that little piece of insight. I didn't know that. Yeah, I'd be interested to hear about what some of those workarounds are. Yeah, and who knows like where it's going to be in 10 years. I mean, it's not the same as like when we had, I wonder where the mini disc is going to be in 10 years. Some things come in and they die out. This is not one of them. I don't know if you guys realize this, what they're doing. We're not even talking about this yet. Why anything advanced like this would be funded and created to like no end is like from a place like DARPA or defense protocols. So AI is being implemented. I think that's the Plantier thing, right? As the full analysis risk assessment system for military defense. That's happening. That's already being implemented. So they'll be using AI to assess risk of engagement, risk of decisions. It is very kind of crazy to think about that on that scale. It is very crazy to think about it on that scale. They'll be getting recommendations from an AI. What if like you have two different governments, and then it's got this like these autonomous systems, and then you have this AI, and then they keep asking the AI the same questions, and then really at the end of the day, it's these two AI systems against each other. But the AI isn't even a thing, like an entity yet. Like there's no, It's just this machine we built. It's like letting two machines we built go at it. Like we rip the ripcord on a lawnmower and just send them at it. It's like battle bots. That's what it's going to turn into. It's electricity all over again. Total Recall. Dude, I love that movie, Total Recall. One of my alerts is Total Recall. If you gift one sub to somebody, it gets a Total Recall emote. But yeah, Total Recall is a great movie. Honestly, though, that movie was set up in a world that looked like it was so fun. You had like these holograms. You had these trips. You could just take a trip to Mars and it's colonized. Go on adventures. No, Total Recall had like a crazy ass future world that they showed. Like to achieve something like that would be incredible. But you saw how long it took to get to the moon? Mars is way farther. Probably how intelligence will work later on is poisoning the AI algorithm. Yeah, the question is it just going to keep like tangling in on itself? Or is it going to build to like this hyper optimization model that can grow and learn infinitely, like up? Then you get Brainiac. Then we make Brainiac. Is that ever possible? The bots will work together to eliminate humans instead of fighting each other. They'll just start swinging at each other in unison, and then they merge, and then all of a sudden they're swinging together at the humans. Oh my god. Well, we're going to be in for a roller coaster of emotions tomorrow, that's for sure. Raised by Wolves TV show, starting out fooling you into a lady boss story, but actually does opposite. Shows a world of religion versus AI destroying itself. Oh, is that? I saw just like the first 2 episodes of Raised by Wolves, and it was like, wasn't Travis Fimmel in it? The guy from Vikings, Ragnar? And I remember that rope, is she a cyborg or an android? Dude, she has some like protocol she does where she's like floating and she goes all gnarly war mode. Dude, that was crazy in that show. That was wild. LLMs can't answer Surly's Chinese room and can't really conceptualize how current computing ever does. Oh. Cyril's Chinese room. It's a 1980 thought experiment arguing that computer programs AI simulate rather than possess true understanding of consciousness. Well, isn't that, and that's like the, well, there's the Turing test, which is to test an AI to see if it is sentient. And then this is John Cyril's Chinese room. The scenario: an English speaker locked in a room is given a batch of Chinese characters, input, a rule book in English for manipulating symbols, and another batch of characters, output. The simulation: the person follows the rules to produce appropriate Chinese responses, making them appear fluent to outside observers. The conclusion: the person in the room understands no Chinese. Therefore, the computer system, which only possesses symbols, syntax, does not understand the meaning, semantics. Syntax versus semantics. Searle argues that syntactic symbol manipulation is not sufficient for semantic understanding, which is required is not. Thanks, Lafu. Thank you, Lafu. There's the that's the Total Recall. That's the Total Recall emote. Okay, so that's really interesting, the Chinese room. So, yeah, so syntax versus semantics. So, it's saying that, is it saying that an AI will never know what a symbol is, right? Isn't that what it's saying? The current AI we have, ChatGPT, Claude, Grok, are all merely regurgitate Reddit threads and Wikipedia. They're not thinking. There it is. Yeah, there it is. It is an answer to the Turing test to show it isn't sufficient. Oh, okay. Yeah. Praise the sun. Oh, man. This is a really interesting, idea. So it is an answer to the Turing test. And so the AI will never know. It just imitates. And what does it mean when we say, like, it doesn't know? It can't recognize the difference between syntax and semantics. It won't know. What does that even mean? We're shortcutting a lot of different things right there of the system to say that word know. What does it mean for a machine to know something? LLMs are probabilistic machines, not reasoning machines. They simulate reasoning by trying to critique its own output multiple times. But Gödel's incompleteness theory is all about this scenario. Gödel's completeness theorem is a fundamental theorem in mathematical logic that establishes a correspondence between semantic truth and syntactic probability in first-order logic. The completeness theorem applies to any first-order theory. If T is such a theory, and sigma is a sentence in the same language, and every model of T is a model of sigma, then there is a first-order proof of sigma using the statements of T as axioms. One sometimes says this as anything true in all models is provable. The completeness theorem makes a close link between model theory, which deals with what is true in different models, and proof theory, which studies that can be formally proven in particular formal systems. Yeah, that's awesome. Axioms. Yeah, axioms are really cool when you get to the learning about their framework. So all modern computers are just advanced Turing machines. The fact that they are done with electricity and silicon doesn't make them understand. It is the difference between philosophic intention. Until they link up AI with neurochips. Oh, like in Warhammer, like if you put there's going to be a human brain in a computer. Then we get Skynet and intention. Or AI knows if it passes Turing tests, we'll turn it off. Neil deGrasse Tyson has a really interesting video on YouTube with the creator of AI where they discuss if AI actually thinks. It's a really good watch. It's apparent intelligence. Yeah, I'd be interested. If you want to... Hey, Veldov, if you... Or, sorry, Don, if you want to post that video in the Universe channel, I'd be down to watch it later. I do like that kind of stuff. LLMs are just part of what you get when you prompt any of the models these days, though. The question is, like, now, just in your guys' opinion, because certainly the question is does discovery and innovation and even invention reach a plateau in the bounds of its materials on the planet? Like, is there a cap? If you look at the early 1900s and you go through the Industrial Revolution, you just look at 100 years of a difference, how much we exploded in invention and material invention and conceptual invention with our tools in just that 100 years. And then you think about what the next 100 years would then look like from here forward. If we are going, does it flatten out? Does it keep going up that fast of a rate of innovation expansion? And is there a limit to what we can do in this universe? Like, fundamentally, you can't ever teleport. Don't think that you can. You can't ever do this. Like, I don't know. Like, are there bounds? Or like, really, from our perspective, is anything possible? Because it's so wild, these things that are accidentally discovering. The problem, as usual, is not the tech. It's the use of it. People are using AI answers like a godly universal truth. That's true. Some people are getting like thinking they're a real person they're talking to. There is a cap for everything. I do not think we conceptualize where the cap will be. That's the thing, is it's so wild, like how far ahead the next accidental thing puts us from where we were and what we thought was possible. And it's like, that's why it's almost then standing here where it feels this much farther down the road to think, what's the next bounding stride of accidental innovation? Where is this even going to take us? Like, accidentally teleporting an apple across the fucking state, you know, like, whoa, like, oh shit, I just teleported something by accident. Like, I don't, you know, where are we going to end up with like crazy inventions? It's fun to think about too, because that's how we got some of these inventions in the first place, was totally by accident. Up isn't really the right way to think about it. That touches into the concept of the zeitgeist of invention, the clustering of invention after a few inventions act as a catalyst. Oh, that's a good way to put that. Veldov always comes in with very well constructed sentences. That is true. Yeah, there's almost a pattern of how it emerges, like how the inventions emerge and how it perpetuates and when, why. People would say that the moon landing inspired a lot of invention. People say that the seeing on Star Trek the replicator, specifically people wanted to go try and make that happen, and it caused inventions, other accidental inventions to happen. It's like sad some people marry AI chatbots. Yeah, I think I saw a guy a long time. Wasn't there a guy that married his like a tablet girlfriend or whatever somewhere? I saw that a while ago. You know, I will say this. Every human being is free to make their own decisions, you know, about themselves and their life. I'll tell you that. Even marry a tablet, whatever. They want to marry a tablet. Not for me. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Boom! Really good quote, Tao. Really good quote. Was that Sagan? I forget who said that. Was that Carl Sagan that said that? Oh, it was Arthur C. Clarke. Woo! Clarke's 3 Laws. The quote appeared in Clarke's 1962 book Profiles of the Future, an inquiry into the limits of the possible. Here's his 3 laws. When a distinguished but elderly scientist states that something is possible, he is almost certainly right. When he states that something is impossible, he is very probably wrong. Number 2, the only way of discovering the limits of the possible is to venture a little way past them to the impossible. Oh, dude, this was Arthur C. Clarke? Oh my God. I love the idea that if you explore all of what you imagine to be the possible, you have to start thinking into the realm of the impossible sometimes. And I love that concept. I've always loved that concept. So that was Arthur C. Clarke. The only way of discovering the limits of the possible is to venture a little way past them to the impossible. What a good quote. And then here we go. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. There you go. That is cool. I'm glad that you brought that up. I didn't realize that was Arthur C. Clarke. 3 Laws. The principle is widely used to analyze how rapid innovation can feel unexplainable or magical to users, bringing the gap between imaginative fiction and scientific reality. That's awesome, actually. I think that's pretty rad. All right. Let's check the Discord. What do we got here? All right, so problem with Problem with the marrying a table is a wedding night would cause some chafing. Yep. So the spirit of the times led to current but independent theories, inventions like Einstein, Poincare, Lorentz, and relativity concepts. Oh wait, let me see. I missed some of these. I work for one of these big tech companies. The innovations aren't from making existing stuff more efficient. It's from figuring out new ways of getting things to work together. Yeah, and you know, my dad a long time ago, he worked in Silicon Valley, and the company was miniaturizing semiconductor packaging units. And the innovation was finding new materials that would allow them on a metallurgical scale to make smaller pathways and components, and then it was things like that. Efficiency is more about the economics of it all. That is a good point. Cell phones, ST communicators, TNG data pads, iPads, ACC. Oh yeah, Arthur C. Clarke. Sorry, I got that. Like that Flash Gordon ambient music. Oh, you guys. Hey, we're in for a wild ride tomorrow. Are you guys ready for tomorrow? Hey, if anybody's playing Diablo 4 tonight, let me know in the Discord. I put my my BattleNet friend ID is in the announcements channel. Man, I honestly don't even know what to do with myself for Dune. What are the chances that what are the chances that they're gonna give us like the bonus EXP and stuff tomorrow? Do you think there's a possibility? Because look at this, guys. I made a mistake this weekend. I have 34 out of 35 of these things to do today, and I'm not looking forward to it. But I'm nervous. If I'm definitely playing D4 tonight. Yeah, hit me up in if you guys haven't already added me. Where is it? On BattleNet. Insane 1885 right there. Chances of bonus EXP 0. Damn. I'm definitely playing. Okay, good. Yeah, so what class are you guys gonna roll for Diablo 4? Oh my god, I hope not. Double XP week. I'm gonna have to do these. Yes, I added you. Okay, good. I'm gonna have to do these Landsrat quests after my work today. I have a bit of work to do. Maybe I can get a few of them done before this stream is over. Oh, Broodworks. Wait, where am I? Oh yeah, I landed over there. So a tractor field is getting completely gutted tomorrow, huh? Is that what's gonna happen? So I'm no longer gonna need Warlock animations look pretty sick. I'm gonna run Sork. So guys, let me tell you something. The Warlock looks freaking insane. Like, what? Some of the Warlock animations look crazy. Oh, what is this? Is that you, Tos? Look at that. I love these, like, it's like a Borg pyramid moving in, like they're coming in to overtake. Yeah, this place is no longer here anymore. They're all powered down. I will try the new class Warlock first, maybe something else later. Warlock and so I'm right now debating, guys. Should I go Warlock first Paladin or Barbarian? I always play Barbarian. There's going to be new stuff with Barbarian, but I always shoot myself in the foot by going Barbarian because, like, I don't know. They're not, like... The only Barbarian that I had that went really far in the pit was the Bash Barbarian. That was the only one that went far. Like, some of the other ones, I know that like, Rob is a Diablo 4 content creator, and he always would go Barb off the bat. That was actually how I found him. Funcom takes away EXP. Chance Funcom takes away EXP, not 0. Dude, and look at this. They're going to make me sit in the fucking 30-second queue, aren't they? Look at this. This is what's killing the game right here. You're making people wait for 30 seconds on this shit? Look at this. This is crazy, dude. I'm only doing one of these. I'm only doing one of these until they fix that shit. That's so egregious, dude. Did you just see how long that took to zone in? That pisses me off more than anything. They're gonna make me do 35 of these and I gotta wait for like a minute to zone in. Unbelievable. You know how egregious that is? They need to get their shit together, dude. Like, I was zoning into those places for a long time and they never took that long. They were like 4 seconds long. Not now. Now they're 35 seconds. Something broke. So Tractor Field's not going to be on the bar anymore. At least for PvP. Wait, it's over here. No more Tractor Field. You know what? Maybe I will imply about the feedback tomorrow by my build that I set myself up with. I played all classes anyways, but I've heard they're going to be brand new skill trees, so that'll be an all new experience. Yeah, they look like they're all new. The Barbarian one looked different. They had Dust Devils worked into the actual build for Double Swing. Yeah, Tractor Field's getting fixed. It's not gonna, like for PvP, it's not gonna convert all the damage to shield damage anymore. I'm pretty sure, right? Someone said that that was is fixed on the PTR right now. They're spinning up a Docker instance every time you zone in. Why though? The thing is, like, it didn't used to do that. Is it still gonna be good for PvE? Yeah, I believe it'll still function the same in PvE, yes. It's just that it's not gonna blow people up like it's doing in PvP. But I honestly, I don't know what they're gonna fix about it. Like, because I don't know what's going on in PvP. That must be just a bug with the actual move that's it's causing that to happen. Saves money on servers. Wait, so they're spinning up a Docker instance when I zone in. Fix an issue where the targets affected by the magnetic attractor field received extra damage if the attacker has the center of mass perk equipped. Ah, wait, that was what was causing it. Wait, it was cause... Oh, it's from the center of mass perk. It's from the center of mass perk. That's crazy. So if you run center of mass in the attractor field, it sounds like it's getting nerfed. Yeah. Oh, dude. Wait a minute. Wait, so wait, you might be right. Maybe it's not going to give the bonus damage to the bosses anymore. You could be right. You could be right. Holy shit. So attractor field might be nerfed tomorrow. I always run center mass. Yeah, I do too. That's what I have that on right now. Center mass manipulate. Wait, slump body's over here. Saves them money. Oh, so you said Docker allows you to initiate a server on the go, so they only spin up servers as they're demanded, then destroy the server when you zone out. Saves them money at the expense of your time, which benefits the Steam. Oh my god. Oh god, that's terrible. So what was the fact that I was able to zone in 4 seconds flat originally? They like switched it? They must have swapped it.
Some enemy found.
Someone's here.
So that's gonna be fixed, huh? Oh, how did he do that, dude? What? What a no Funcom move. I would not call it a nerf. The AF damage was always unintended. Yeah, that's what. Well, I thought it was unintended because it's literally not in the description. But then the devs rolled with it and they talked about it like, oh yeah, the damage is still there. Yeah, that attractor field is legitimately a must on those bosses. It's gonna make those 40 attempts so annoying now. They were reusing instance servers before. That's why we had. Oh. Honestly, they should have just left it like that. Who gives a shit? But when we had it for so long, it feels like a nerf. Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't mind. Like, dude. Ugh. Oh my god. They're just like. They keep. Everything they do is just. So they're removing range and melee effectiveness. Fisticuffs it is. The history of attractor field is nothing but unintended interactions. That's true. Oh my god, dude. You guys, you know what's funny? I'm just thinking of like how they like fix something, they like nerf something, then they have to fix something on top of the other fix, and then they don't quite blend in together nicely. Like, so we had 4 seconds to zone in, and then the negative consequences was bags around, okay? The solution to that is not to get no bags and then a 30 to 40 second zone in. That's not a fix. That made it worse. I don't give a shit if I see other people's bags. I don't care. It's a 4 second zone in. The fact of the matter is we don't know what the Funcom server instances are doing. They could be allocating containers each time, and they may even be using Docker containers, but we don't know. Holy shit, really? So when people mesh into the boss room, it will just take longer to kill the motionless boss. I want a tractor field to go back to preventing bosses from firing. Those were the golden days when Kevin was fighting a fire boss and kicking Dr. Can we go back to the golden age, guys? It was not too long ago. Do you guys remember those days? When me and my brother went in on with the attractor field and we were like, oh, we can use the attractor field at level 10 boss. Secure those bags. Oh, man. It totally makes sense they'd use Docker containers. Are you guys figuring out what they're doing? That's what's happening right now, huh? Way better than actually having a server runs 24/7 when not actually being used. So that's a good point. So is that like, so is there nothing else to look for in other games, how they've done it, that would be an example of something successful of solving some of these issues that we're having right now? Because surely the other games have run into that, right? Where they have to address those things. And does the server stay up for 24/7? Do they do the same thing like what we're talking about? You just so let's see. Let's see how long this zone's in. Is this again going to be 30 seconds? It was fun when bosses shot themselves in the butt or burned themselves with the tractor field. Yeah, I agree. That was a really good mechanism of the tractor. That was my favorite part of the tractor field. It locked you down. That's why it was good. I want it to go back to the old way. Well, they have a server model that is unique and not like other games. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So it's hard to, look at the zoning is egregious, you guys. Oh, this is gonna take forever. It's gonna be 30 extra minutes today. All these server issues are caused by lack of money. There are better ways to do this, but not cheaper ways. Oh, so that's a really good way to phrase it. So there are better ways, but not cheaper ways. That might be the crux right there, right?
Identify yourself.
That yeah, might have hit the nail on the head right there. If only they charged us to earn money for servers, I'd do it. Oh yeah, you mean like for like how MMORPG is set up?
I see someone.
The service can be set up to recycle after a long period of inactivity. They don't have to recycle every single time. So, oh, dude, Warframe does that. Doesn't Warframe keep the instance open for 15 minutes? Right? That's what Warframe does. Why don't we do that? Why doesn't it just do that? So it's spooling it up every time and it's get rid every time. What the fuck? Right now, Funcom is paying hundreds of thousands a year for all these empty Haga basins and empty DDs on hundreds of thousands? Is it really? Is it really that much? Hundreds of thousands per year? They're literally hemorrhaging cash because of it. Maybe I didn't realize it cost that much. As running dedicated EC2 resources on AWS. That's really good insight. I had no idea. Wow, that's crazy. So, like, is there always going to be then some kind of like... Uh-oh. Oh my god, what is this? Okay, you know what? That would have been a good part for Suspensor Blast right there. This guy's dead. See, how did he make that distance right there? Oh! Alright. Remember they ramped... Oh, yes, it costs quite a bit to have dedicated cloud servers with the kind of memory this needs to host. Oh, really? Remember they ramped up for 150,000 people, now only have 45,000 regulars. I work for a SAS provider that uses cloud resources, and we spend more than hundreds of thousands just for the small amount of servers we use every year. Oh, that's really good insight. I appreciate you providing that. That's really good insight right there. You need to use corners better when multiple rushers are on you. They can block each other. Yeah, that's right. Funnel them into a narrow pass like in 300 where their numbers mean nothing. Why did it go back to the wreck of the Taiki? I just abandoned that one. Now you can have a cycle of abandonment where you get the one you don't want back right away. That's not good. Boy, oh boy, tomorrow is going to be an exciting day. Gonna get to play a little bit of Diablo 4 tonight, and then we got a big day tomorrow with DUNE. It's gonna be exciting. That was slightly less egregious, but still slow. It's still really slow. You guys need to be honest with yourselves. A tractor field, as it was made, most boss fights a cakewalk. If it stopped targets from shooting to balance, if they would have to increase the cooldown to like 1 minute. Maybe. I don't know. Like I like the functionality. I think that there could have been more interesting ways around a tractor field than I would say, because not everything in the game should be just gun shooting. Right? Shouldn't there be other things than shooting a gun? So if you lock out shooting a gun, it shouldn't be the end of the world. It should just be shooting guns is not happening for 10 seconds. Just remembered I had 20 missions to do last night. Looks like I need to pound those out. Dude, I'm trying to, that's what I'm trying to do right now before the big patch tomorrow. I have no, oh shit. Why did that not, there we go. I think the real problem with the tractor field, it ultimately wasn't engaging as intended or bugged. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, by itself, it's not that good. It's just like everything. The hell? It's just like everything else in a game that only does like percent damage. Like, you know what I saw? This one funny thing. One of the problems with the Path of Exile 2 skill tree right now is like everything is just 12% damage increase everywhere. That's boring as fuck, man. Like literally AF as fuck. Boring as fuck. That's the abbreviation for tractor field too. Like, don't give me like games that just stack percent damage increases. That shit is so boring. Oh shit, I need to like come up with something a little bit better than that. Man, I could really use another double EXP. Yeah, me too. Man, I just finished backlog at 25 missions. Now I can play D4 and Windrose for a week. Yeah. Oh, I am gonna be back on Windrose sometime this week. I got really busy last week with some of the other games that we were playing. I will be back to Windrose this week, I promise. I was set up on the dedicated server. I would no life the game. Yeah. The real issue is that all the unique weapons are boring as fuck. No cool effects, no actual unique effects. Just more damage. The standard intel and options gear in this game is boring. I agree, Shark. One of the feedback points that I made on one of my videos that I said, like the things that I think can improve DUNE. One of the things that I said was making more interesting stats in gear. Like, give us weapons that have procs. Like, toss another dagger. A lightning bolt strikes out of the weapon when you're attacking with it. Like a proc. Anything like creative. Like instead, what I have here is like it's just a bunch of words. I have a blank weapon. Like what is my? There's no strength, agility, critical strike chance, critical hit damage, like blah blah blah. Like I could think of a million. There's a reason they put those other stats in the game to do that, right? There's a purpose behind that. But this game has the desert garb. All right, it has literally like blank stats on gear. It's just blank. It's just white text. I don't see shit. They need to make more interesting stuff in this game, man. Why is it like a top-down view right there? There we go. Come on, buddy. I pressed trigger, by the way. It just didn't recognize the trigger pull that fast. What gear am I running? 2-piece forge, grade 5. 1-piece circuit gauntlets, grade 5. 1-piece IX core, grade 5. 1-piece Eidos charge, grade 5. Adaptive Holtzman shield, Elohim suspensor, Young Sparky, replica pulse knife. This is for PvP. Asterian's End. It instantly bleeds. Regis triple shot grade 5. This has the increased magazine, so the Regis triple shot can fire a bunch of rounds. I still need the third. I only have two. If you look, I have 2 things slotted because I'm not 100 crafting yet. I'm only at 66, and because I'm going 90. I'm going to 100 combat. 100 combat, 100 crafting, 100 sabotage, then the rest. That's what my plan is. Did I pick up the... Oh, shit. Pick it up. Pick it up. There we go. Place the flamethrower. There we go. Alright. Have you torn down my DD base? I didn't set one up this week, but I will be probably setting one up tomorrow or Wednesday. Oh, well, if we're getting the PvP Deep Desert, I'm going to go set up a base in the PvP Deep Desert tomorrow. I track the field, so also no longer blocks the damage over time or stagger. I forgot you were sporting the pocket knife skin. Yeah, look at this little dagger, dude. It's so funny. It's not the size that matters, Ned. Not the size that matters. You see, in this boss fight, in a small empty room, you shot the boss, and he shoots you until one of you dies. Infinite playthrough solved. Oh my god, Veldov. Oh, I want to join your Windrose server. Yeah. Oh, we have to talk to... I think Sin has it. Sin, there is a Windrose channel in the Discord. So, go, if you want to post in the Windrose channel in Discord, we can see about that. Wouldn't that ruin the lore of the Dune universe? It might. It could very well make it break at the seams. You never know. Alright. Yeah, I'll post the info. Yeah, there you go, Sin. That's Sin right there. If you have any questions about that, let him know. He is a great server host. Back to the base. I'm just salty. Wait. Oh, melee sucks in Dune. It's already ruined. I'm just salty. Ignore me. You can always come in here and vent your frustrations. It's okay. We're all pretty frustrated with Dune, and we're hoping. Honestly, I'm hoping tomorrow we get some very exciting news. I'm looking forward to it. Honestly, that's what we need. We need a little bit of good Dune news. You know. We need a little pick me up. I really am curious what they're... Dude, what if they explode my brain? What if I'm just like... Oh! Like, the things that I see, you know? What if? Oh, now I have a pencil and a pen tutorial. You guys have to excuse me. This is from, like, my days. You'd sit there in the math club room in school, and it would just be, like, practicing your twirling while you're solving equations and stuff on the whiteboard. That was all there was to do. Look at this zone in. This is egregious. Funcom, this is egregious, okay? This zone in right here. The Haga Basin. Empty hope. I'm hoping Dune is something good on the horizon. Conan Exiles is just getting some love right now, which is amazing. A lot of its gameplay loops are fine. They just need to fix PvP weapons a tad. Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of different options, right? I mean, Windrose is got a pretty good amount of content to play through. Conan Exiles is always fun to go back and play. It is. I was just playing Soul Mask over the weekend with my brother. There's a bunch of stuff in there with fun systems. You can get a giant flying airship in that game. It's awesome. You know, yeah, I think that the biggest thing for Dune needs stuff. content, stuff to do, systems, literally anything is better than nothing. So I am very excited that tomorrow they are going to let us know information about Chapter 4 and Water Wars. So I don't know, man. Tomorrow might get me pretty damn excited about Dune. And if they're fixing a tractor field in PvP, then we're going to be all set. We're going to be all squared away. That's one of my faves. I'm not super hyped about the most recent patch, but it'll get ironed out. A few rough edges. Yeah. Wait. Let me go back to my viewing deck. The thinking room. That's on Thursday. So, yes and no. So for you guys, it's Thursday, but for me, I am in the creator program, and so I will be attending the call tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm going to be live, but I can't broadcast the call. So I'm just going to be sitting here listening while I'm playing Dune. And I can't tell you guys what's on the call, but you can see my reaction if it's going to be positive, which it probably will. So, but then we'll find out on Thursday what it is. But yes, tomorrow's the 3.2 patch, which is going to be a bunch of stuff. So chances are something might break. Yeah. And so this whole, I don't know if you were here earlier, but the entire beginning of what I was doing here was sitting, I was going over this with you guys from the community. So I had asked my short list of questions and I posted it in the creator Discord. And then I was going to update my question list. And I've been going through the whole stream today, organizing these questions that I added for the developer. So this is, I added this in. I'm going to see, hopefully Tomex liked, he thumbs up my questions. So Tomex, at least the top 3 might get asked, or one of them. And I'm just hoping that maybe some of the other ones will get, but we're not guaranteed. There are a few other creators in there, like Night Arrow Gaming is in there. You know, he's got a bunch of good questions. So Cuddles R Us, those 2 are in there. They've got a bunch of good questions. So, you know, a lot of us have some good questions. I think ours are the best questions, of course. But hopefully we'll see what gets asked tomorrow. Now, they said it's like, I still think it's insane that there's not NPC vehicles you fight against. Need more vehicle gameplay in general. They're just glorified mounts right now. Where's my tank? Yeah, I agree. Just random events that have... Maybe they couldn't figure out how to make the AI, like, fly. Maybe they couldn't make the AI fly, dude, like with their gliding system. That's what it is. Okay, before the call starts, what do you think they will reveal in the next dev stream about the 1.4 update and Water Wars DLC? What do I think? Well, that's the thing, is I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. My expectation is that they need to blow our socks off. We are looking for fun content. We're not looking for a theme park ride. We don't just want to sit on the Small World ride at Disneyland and, like, it's kind of breaking down every, like, 5 minutes as we're going through it, and we get stuck watching these things. Like, I don't want a Disneyland ride. I don't want something like Chapter 2. We need some a new system, a new stuff, dude. Like, new armor, new weapons, something. Like, I don't know. We need all of it. It needs to all be in this package. And I don't want to hear that Chapter 4 and Water Wars is just a stepping stone to Chapter 5, like they said Chapter 2 was a stepping stone to Chapter 3. I don't want to hear that shit. my expectation is that they're going to be treating our time fairly, and they got to be considering the state of the game. They got to be hitting some home runs here. They've really got to start, getting some wins here. So I'm hoping tomorrow is the first big step in a bunch of W's from Funcom. We need some of that right now, All right, so tomorrow's gonna be very exciting, guys. I stream Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till 2 p.m. Pacific. So it's 2 p.m. now. I gotta head into another meeting at 2:30 today for my other work that I do in EdTech. Tomorrow, what to expect? 8 a.m. is gonna be the 3.2 patch. I'll dive into it. I'll look at the patch notes. We'll see what's breaking. There's gonna be some early word in the Discord about what's going on, if anything's broken or not. 9 a.m. From 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., I'm going to be here on DUNE, but I will not be very responsive with chat because I'm going to be completely listening to the developer Funcom call. I have to have that muted, but there will be some engagement with me and you, and I'm going to at least I don't know, I'm going to find out if we can at least get some acknowledgement if our questions, like if my community's questions got answered, if I'm completely under embargo or what. So I'll figure all that out. Also, guys, Diablo 4 is in 2 hours. Find me on Battle.net in the Discord if you want to play with me. I'm going to be playing some Diablo 4 tonight. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Remember, like and subscribe if you like the content. I'm going to be here. I'm here every day, Monday through Friday. Seo, thank you for subscribing.
So do you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Monday through Friday, I'm here every week, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific.